wachu mwaduta lumube
Chiloni nichmadongo toyini ya ango akeloni nichmadongo toyini ya ango kaka wachunga tulivyosimama hivyo tunaenda kuomba, na kwa wakati huu nitaomba mchungaji Ruben atufungulie kwa maombi.
Tuamini na tuombe. Baba wetu Mwenyezi Mungu, ni siku njema ambapo Bwana uliona ni vyema tusanyike hapa kwa ajili ya utukufu wa jina lako. Mungu wetu, tunashukuru na tunasema ni asante kwa wema wako. Asante Bwana kwa umbali huu ambao umetuleta. Asante Mungu kwa ajili ya siku ya leo ambao umeandaa kwa ajili ya mioyo yetu. Na Bwana, tunasema asante kwa sababu unayo sababu ya kutusanyisha hapa. Mungu wetu, ni asante kwa kazi ambao umeweka mbele yetu. Ndugu wetu ambao umemuita Bwana amekuja kupumzika pamoja nawe. Mungu tayari ako pamoja nawe. Sisi ambao tumebaki mahali hapa Bwana tunashukuru tukisema asante. Tunaposherekea maisha mazuri ambapo alivyoishi Bwana wetu, tunasema ni asante tunapokaa katika kikao hiki. Mungu, tunakuita ili uweze kushuka na nguvu za mbingu, ili Bwana katika sherehe hii ya siku ya leo ya kushindikiza ndugu wetu, Mungu, iwe sherehe ya kufana, iwe sherehe ambapo jina lako linatukuzwa, iwe sherehe ambapo Bwana unapata utukufu kwa ajili ya matendo mazuri Bwana ambao unatenda katika maisha ya watu wako. Leo hii Bwana tunaposanyika mahali hapa, twaita nguvu za mbingu Bwana ziweze kushuka na kukaa pamoja nasi. Kuanzia mwanzo Bwana hadi mwisho, hatutasahau kushukuru na kusema asante. Tunapoanzisha programu hii ya siku ya leo, Bwana tunahitaji nguvu zako, tunahitaji neema yako, tunahitaji uwepo wako ili Bwana uenende pamoja nasi. Jinsi Musa alivyokuambia Bwana ya kwamba kama hautaenda pamoja nasi basi ni vyema usitutoe mahali hapa. Na Mungu, tuna imani ya kwamba jinsi unavyoanza pamoja nasi tutakuona Mungu mpaka tamati wa ibada ya siku ya leo, na jina lako Mungu litaweza kutukuzwa. Kaa pamoja nasi sisi ambao tumefika mahali hapa, wenzetu Bwana ambao bado wamo njiani wanapotumia vyombo aina mbalimbali ya kusafiri. Mungu, tunawaombea ili Bwana waweze kufika wakiwa salama mikononi mwako. Ibada hii iwe mikononi mwako na upate kutukuzwa kuanzia mwanzo hadi mwisho, kwa sababu tunaomba haya tukiamini ya kwamba Bwana umetenda, na ni kupitia jina safi la Yesu Kristo tunaomba tukiamini. Amina.
Tutaketi. Alafu tutapata wimbo moja ya watu wote. Baada ya hiyo wimbo tutaenda kwa somo.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Katika hii program ambao nina imani ya kwamba wengi wetu tunalo, tutaimba pamoja wimbo nambari, haijapewa namba lakini ni namba ambao ni When Peace Like a River. When peace like a river, it is well with my soul. wabiro wendo wenno kawan kanyakla kawabedo kamano nikech ene program kendo thothwa ni kode. Bende wabiro medo gi kitapwa mar wer mar AIC nembni mang' nwane ka Nyasaye nyalo konyowago kwadhi nyime. Koro wawero wer mane program ni When Peace Like a River. Kendo kawan kanyo to wachako kanyakla. When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll. Tukiwa hapo tuweze kwanza pamoja. When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my Lord thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul, it is well with my soul, it is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, though trial should come, let this blessed assurance control that Christ has regarded my helpless estate and has shed his own blood for my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. My sin, oh the bliss of this glorious thought. My sin, not in part, but the whole, is nailed to his cross, and I bear it no more. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul. And Lord, hath the day when my face shall be sight, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll, the trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with
Tunaenda kusikia somo. Elder Jeremy. Psalms. Zaburi. Tunaenda kusikia somo. The reader. The elder.
Wayudo somo e Saburi 116. Muma maler en kalatas 536. Saburi 116. Walamo. Wuoro maler, Nyasachwa, wagoni erokamano kelowa ka Jehova Nyasaye mondo iwuo kodwa kod wecheni Nyasachwa. Wakwayo teko mar Roho Maler Jehova Nyasaye mondo oor e dierwa kabiro loko tiend wechegi Jehova Nyasaye mondo olo chunywa kod bura kamiyowa hocho makende e weche duto mabiro timore ka Jehova Nyasaye ibed jatelo ka nyinge mayudo duong' kod pak mana nikech alami kuom duto e nying Yesu Kristo akwayo. Ahero Ruoth Nyasaye nikech owinjo kwayona. Adier ochiko ite ni lemona e sa asaya ma aywakne. Tho ne otweya gi tondene kendo masiche mag liel noluora. Parruok kod kihondko nomaka. Eka ne aywak ni Ruoth Nyasaye kawacho niya, ahomi Ruoth Nyasaye yie iresa. Ruoth Nyasaye ber kendo ng'won. Adier Nyasachwa en jakech ji. Orito joma ok nyal konyore kendgi. Ne okonya kane an e chandruok. Chunya bed gi geno nimar Ruoth Nyasaye osebedona mang'won. Oresa e tho kendo omiya ywak. Bende osekonya tienda mondo kik chwanyre. Kuom mano abiro wuotho e nyime e piny joma ngima. Kata kane awacho niya, ane masira marach madwaro nega, to pod ne asiko kayie mana kuom Ruoth Nyasaye. Kata mana e kinde mane abedo maluor, ka awacho niya, ji duto gin jomiriambo, to pod ne ayie ayieya kuom Nyasaye. Ang'o ma dachiw ni Ruoth Nyasaye kuom ber duto mosetimona? Abiro kelone misango miolo piny mondo agonego erokamano kuom resa. Bende gik mane asesingora ni nachiwne, abiro chiwone e chokruok mar joge duto. Mano kaka lit ni Ruoth Nyasaye ka ng'ate moro otho. Ruoth Nyasaye, an jatichni atiyo mana kaka ne mama otiyoni. Isegonya mi abedo thuolo. Abiro chiwoni misango mar erokamano kendo abiro lami. Anachiwni gik ma asesingora ni nachiwni e chokruok mar jogi duto machokore e agolni mag hekalu mari man Jerusalem. Parruok Nyasaye, paruru Ruoth Nyasaye. Mano isomo.
Asante, hiyo ndio somo. Kwa hivyo kabla tujafikia kwa wale wanaenda kutoa ushuhuda, nitaomba kwaya watasimama na wimbo 133. Hiyo wimbo ndugu yetu alipenda sana. Uro kwaya buru chungo duwe namba 133 bange wendno twabiro lamo ne jogo madhi timo neno. Seche mwase lamo ne jogo madhi timo neno, koro ng'ata ng'ata kik bino lamne. Wer mwadhi werani bende en wend ma bende omako nyaka family, koro ng'ato kik bi gi wer machielo. Omiyo bang' mano to adhi hand over ne owadwa Tom, biro dhi gi joneno nyime, biro somo nying-gi kendo ong'eyo okang' kokang' mobiro kawo kodgi mapiyo piyo mondo nying Nyasaye oyud duong'. Wachung' mondo watim mano. Kwaya. Biru mbele.
Haya, asante. Kwa hivyo tunaenda kuomba na tunaomba kuombea wale wanataka kuja kutoa shuhuda kidogo. Sasa ukija ujue kwamba hakuna maombi ingine tena. Elder Amos, njoo uombee. Elder Amos Bilam.
Walamo wakulu wiwa mondo walam. Wani e nyimi Ruodhwa kendo Nyasachwa manyalo gik moko duto. Erokamano kuom herani matut, erokamano kuom ng'wononi maduong', erokamano kuom miyowa ngima, erokamano kuom bet kodwa kendo ritowa. Erokamano kuom odiechieng' ma kawuono mar tarik 23 dwe mar 12. Nyasachwa, ichokowa ka kuom chokruok mapoya ma in nichano chon, to wan ne ok wang'eyo ni kawuono odiechiengni wabiro chokore ka mondo wapar kata washerekea ngima mar owadwa miseomo chunye, SAMSON ODERO Nyando. Waduoko ni erokamano kuom ngimane. Waduoko ni erokamano kuom miyowago. Waduoko ni erokamano bende kuom tije manyocha imiyo tiyo ka en e dierwa kaka otiyo ne in iwuon. Erokamano Nyasaye manyalo gik moko duto. Waduoko ni erokamano kendo wakwayi ni mondo ibed gi family, kibedo jahocho kihoyogi, kendo ipuonjogi wecheni makelo ngima, kichikogi e wang' yori maler. Nyasachwa, konygi mondo chunygi ogen kuomi. Nyasachwa, konygi mondo giket geno kuomi kende, Ruoth. Ka in ema ihoyogi tipuonjogi. Wede gosiepe duto wabiro e nyimi Ruoth, ka waywakni ni bedi e dierwa ka mondo ihowa, ibednwa japuonj. Jotichni dwa chung' ka mondo giwuo kuom owadwa mosewewa. Ruoth, wakwayi ni mondo itelie weche ma gibiro wacho. Itelie weche ma gibiro wacho, kendo mondo ita nyasini ka in ema itelo e weche duto mwabiro wacho ka, e lamo mabiro bet ka, e injili ma wang' wanawinji. Wakwayi ni bed ka Ruoth kendo in ema mondo itelnwa. Nyingi man gi teko mondo oyud duong' e weche duto tiwinja, nikech akwayo magi e nyingi in Yesu Kristo mowarowa.
Ni adhiri wako wadwa Tom, na ninakuomba na kusihi sana ili wale wanakuja wachukue dakika chache sana. Tom.
Erokamano ne ji duto mosebiro mobedo e chokruok ma kawuono ni. Wagone Nyasaye erokamano mosekelou mondo mi wabedi e nyasi mar nyathiwa Sam Onyando. Be wago erokamano ne Nyasaye manyotelo ne jotichne ka Nairobi kod Bodi manyo gidonjo ka maber maonge wach moro marach, nikech chenro mag Nyasaye pile timore maber.
wadwa ni mondo wachaki. Part momiwa ni mondo waplay en part moro matin. Wabiro konyore gi owadwa Patrick Lumumba. Kiani en kanye ka? Patrick, chane ni chien kacha. Wabiro konyore kode wach mar tayo migawo mowena ni. Wan gi joneno. Tawa kwani mondo wabeduru machuok kabisa. Kanga maber onindo kendi dani wuok kuome. Tiwacho matin. Okidhi alanda. Iwacho matin tiwene ng'ama chielo bende wacho matin to wadwa ni mondo watiek piyo. Jowadwa gi osebedo gi tich matek moloyo joma nchon Nairobi. Kane tho biro apoya nono. To gitiyo matek within the shortest time possible. Mondo gi make sure ni body ni ochopo ka. Kako chal, kako unene kanyo no. Wang'e ni en tich matek. Gisebedo ka giban midnight oil. Mondo mi tijni ne timre mondo chop kawuono. Koro wang'e ni giol. Kik wamed keto gi gibeda ming'a. Nyathiwa SAMSON nindo gimodong' en mondo water ringre kamodhi ywe kwarito duok Yesu. Omiyo wabeduru machuok kabisa. Magi e jok mabiro timo neno. Ibiro yawe gi jakom joka Yieko. Sam nyocha en nyakwa Daniel Olilo. Daniel Olilo en wuod Yieko maduong'. Koro liendni en mar joka Yieko. Koro nitie jakom joka Yieko. En mobiro rwako welo mantie ka. Kendo biro wuoyo lo joka Yieko duto. To wach matin. Then wan gi cousins mo agem. Wabiro luongo ng'ata achiel kuom gi biro wuoyo. Not all of them. The rest can only wave wherever they are or they can come forward, but only one person to talk. Then cousins mo anyaera ng'ata achiel. Then aunties wan gi jogem. Nitie auntie ODERO ma dala kaito nitiere nyimine mama Salome gi logi mama Lilian. Siengo one of them biro wuoyo. To kagin wuoyo machiek to wanyalo allow gi nikech gidong' ji ariyo go kwawe Auntie Sarah man kod special space mare ma en obiro wuoyo yore. Then wan gi aunties mo anyaera Lucia gi Benta ng'ata achiel. Uncles manyaera ka. Then Auntie Sarah. Then osiepe Sam ng'ata achiel biro wuoyo. Then joma nyocha tiyo godo colleagues mage wan ka gi Fred Owuor. Then under osiepe ka wan gi special request. Mrs. Betty Asuna will also speak. Then wan gi jaduong' Odongo Ludo. Mano wuod nerwa moa Kapuonja, wuod ner Mzes, the late Samuel Onyando, entie ka. Onyalo moso ji. Then wan gi nyikwa Olilo. Mabende entie role magise play maduong' e liendni. That is nyikwa Olilo Daniel. Then wan gi Mzee Isaac Oburu. Wagone Nyasaye erokamano kuom ngima momiye kendo nyalo yudo teko mowuotho chop ka obione kama ikane wuod ore. Then wan gi local administration. Kar local administration ka the family is requesting it is only the chief and no any other person. The chief should not invite any other person to come. Gidwa ni liende ni obed political free. Onge weche mag siasa eliel ka. We shall recognize those who are coming, aspirants. We shall recognize you wherever you are. And though the sitting politicians, you shall also be recognized together with other guests. But siasa onge. Keto kanyo maler mondo kik ng'ato bi ochandi. Obi ochend ka ni otame ni ok owuo liendni. Then wabiro bire nuclear family. eulogy ibro som kod wuoyi matin Ben Onyando. Then bang'e no, sami nigi nieces mage, sami nigi nephews mage, one of them representing each of the two categories biro wuoyo. Then sisters-in-law bende nitie ka, led by Mama Haga. Then nitie daughter Mare, Stephanie, will also have something to talk about his dad. Then Emily will also speak, and Dan will speak on behalf of the family mar ONYANDO. Kaeto Dan biro miyowa godo vote of thanks kotieko speech mare, to waduoko gini ne jo kanisa mondo tim the rest. Okay. I want to say this, we are going to conduct this part of the program, tributes, and we have just a few people to pay tribute here. We shall start with the chairman of the family, the larger family of Jokayeko. Then we shall have one representative of Sam's cousins from Game, then one representative of Sam's cousins from Nyaera here. Then Sam has got aunties from Game. We have Auntie ODERO, who will speak. And then we have aunties who are sisters to the late mother. That is Mrs. Salome Gilo and Mrs. Lillian Siengo. Then we have aunties from Nyaera, Mrs. Lucia Lai, Benta Lai, one of them will speak. Then we have uncles from Nyaera. I'll represent them. I'll say something small about Sami as I know him. Then we have Auntie Sarah Ochuka, who is also sister to the late mother of the late Sam. She's staying with us here. Then we have friends. We shall have two people. One friend of Sam who is not yet identified, and then we shall have Betty Asuna also. Then we have colleagues who worked with Sam, Mr. Frederick Uwor. When he comes, he will have to speak. Then we have cousin to Sam's late father, the maternal cousin, that is Odongo Ludo from Kapuanja. He's here. He'll also have to greet us, and if he has anything, he will say. Then we have representative of Nyikwa Daniel Olilo, the grandchildren of Daniel Olilo. They have their organization. They will do it as they have always done elsewhere. Then we have his uncle, Isaac Oburu, who is here with us. We'll also have something at least to say. Then we have the provincial administration. This is where I was stressing that the family requests that if it is the chief or the assistant chief of the area, please just talk and leave the podium. Don't invite politicians to come and talk. We shall recognize politicians who will arrive, but they don't have room because we are also chasing time due to COVID-19. Then we have nuclear family. One of them will read the eulogy, that is Ben Onyando. Then the nieces, one representative, nephews, sisters-in-law, daughter Stephanie. Then we shall have Emily, and Dan shall close it. That's how we are going to move, and I request that we comply, colleagues. For that reason, I call upon the first speaker, that is Eric. Eric, there he is coming. jodolo, welo kod osiepe mochopo kaka wuono mondo konya kowo wuoda miluongo ni SAMSON ODERO ONYANDO. An machung' kani iluonga ni Eric Ahoya Olilo. An wuod the late Mzee Daniel Olilo ma wuon Samuel Onyando. Ne wan yawuoyi 10 to 6 nosedhi. Koro abiro wuoyo kaka jakom joka Yeko to kendo ng'at maduong' ka Daniel Olilo. Wetega madongo nosetho ma koro omiyo akawo lemo madawo kawuoye. Gima nyalo wacho kuom SAMSON ODERO dagi ng'eny kabisa. To guok mogo maber ok nyal gi yo. To thogni jowadwa nyo obwogowa kaka joka Daniel Olilo, kaka joka Ayeko. Ma an to pod an gi kes gi Nyasaye ni tang'o omiyo otimo kamano. Nyocha watemo kaka dhano ni mondo nyathiwa ni pod wabedgo, to Nyasaye to chano mare to goyowa malit. Jowadwa, Nyasaye ogowa malit nikech nyowa ok wa expect ni wuod omera ni pako cha chilo ni biro nine sanduku kendo kawuono wakowe. Ok en morna kendo gima winjo ok anyal wacho. Kech nyaparo ni kaka wan manyo wadong' yawuoyi 3 Olilo Daniel ka. To nyithindo gi ema nyo wang'e ni biro kowa. To koro wakowo nyathi mano onego wane ma mondo okowa. Jowadwa ok yot. SAMSON nyocha ng'at maber. Wan gi riwruok ma joka Daniel Olilo. Wan gi wall ma joka Daniel Olilo. Ma yawuoyi duokore. Kendo duokore kaka wigi omiyogi. To SAMSON ODERO nyalo wacho wach achiel ni yaye kisungu mingi ya nini. Ok walos uru gima waloso. That is the person ma Nyasaye koro mayowa. Ng'at madwaro kwe, ng'at madwaro dongruok, ng'at mohero ji. Awuoyo gi SAMSON mogik nikech an ne litna kogochona to kona ni anko adwaro lum mondo pidhna lum. Takone ni wuod omera aonge wach. Inyalo omoni mondo okelni. Tapenje ni dhi nade? Nadhi maber. Ok onyal wacho ni nodhi marach. SAMSON nyocha wuotho makato tuo to ok inyal ng'eno tuo. Koro nyocha monita wach SAMSON gi wuod omera miluongo ni Ken. Takoni Ken, jaduong'na nodhi nade? Ken wacho ni ochiewo maber. Ok ibi koni ni rach. Koro chopo kama ken kora ni podo chako odoke e thieth. Odoke e thieth. Tawuoyo gi ken ni gino ting'no koro ingou. To chief mobet kani, kona ni kase, ki chief Limomba, kas ken. Kakaso ken, to ken kaso dhiambo. To wacho ni koro, wadwa kedo gi thoni. Kar wakedo gi tho, to Nyasaye, to koni timatimo uru gimotimono, tane kumuchopogo. E gino mi an gi kes gi Nyasaye. Ok onyal timonwa gimotimonwa no. Do wenwa Samson Odero obede mondi. Da wacho mathoth kuom Samson Odero. Nyathi maber namba 1. Jokomera gi gin jok ma baba, mama. Baba, mama. To nwaywago nomewa ominwa maduong' ni nerodhowa ahinya. Mono wakone ni nyuol nyithindi be itimo ang'o? Irodhi. To discipline manomiyowa cha emochako keto ka. Koro nyithindo gi nyobecho. Ok anyal wacho mang'eny ahinya. Talamo ni Nyasaye mondo ket chunye kamokwe kapo ni nitie kanyo. Ka wambe waluwe to wanarom kode. Ero uru kamano.
I didn't want to interrupt you because being that you are the first speaker and being the chairman of the family, but you have taken a lot of time, though you have said good things. We want you, if you have a good point, a pregnant point to say here, please mix the language so that the other people may also get to know what you are trying to say. You can talk in Kiswahili, you can talk in English, and you can as well talk in mother tongue. I want to recognize some of the very important guests that have already arrived here so that they may feel at home. They may know that we welcome them. I have senior officers of the Judiciary who have already arrived and are here in our midst. So I want to recognize the honorable judges who have already arrived. Honorable Justice Majanja, JSC Commissioner. Honorable Judge, feel welcome. Honorable Lady Justice Ongudi. Honorable Justice Ongudi, feel welcome. Honorable Lady Justice Dora Chipkwony. Madam, feel welcome. Honorable Justice Ugola, feel welcome. Honorable Judge Justice Hannah Okwengu, feel welcome. Honorable Justice Boaz Olao, feel welcome. And then we have other members of the Judiciary. Honorable Winfred Onkunya Kemunto from the Kisumu Law Courts. KQ means what? Kenya Airways. Feel welcome, Honorable Kemunto. Honorable Opondo from Makadara Law Courts, Nairobi, feel welcome. Honorable Jacinta Orua, Kikuyu, feel welcome. Honorable Rading Kiambu, feel welcome. Honorable Leticia, Kisumu Law Courts, feel welcome. Staff from various law courts, Makadara Law Courts,
Kiambu Locots, Kikuyu Locots, Kisumu Locots feel with us. Then we have the people that Sam used to work with, Kenya Airways, KQ, Kisumu branch. Those who have already arrived feel welcome. I think I've gone through all these. Yeah. We shall continue recognizing you as you arrive. Staff from SEA Locots and Kisumu Locots, you also feel welcome. I want to now invite Jaduong Odongo Oludo. Jaduong aluongi ni mbi mondo iwache wach matin kuom nyakwarwa ni neni kidonjo joka Samuel be oneni, and therefore they felt ni ok ginyal we makgi ginyiso ji ni pod Nyasaye omedi ndalo kendo ngima kendo inyalo biro ka mondo iwache wach matin. Wach matin kabisa, kik ikaw saa mang'eny.
Mirembe kendo aduogo ne Nyasaye erokamano. Aduogo ne Nyasaye erokamano. Muolong modonjo kulire nierka waya ne muol. Waya kodonjo ka konyando nyuolo nyithindo gi moko koro Nyasaye omori. Nyithindo ok pok ogore e dalo nyando ka. Waya ne onge wach to nyuolo go nyando. Nyando bende opuonjo nyithinde gi, onge nyathi moro motuomo wadgi. Kabiro ka to kona ni wuod nera. Andalana ka onge tungi. To nane na adier. To odero makoro nindo ni. Moluo bang' joisi ni. Awuoro. Odero ni olima gi gari. To kolima gi gari takone ni nyakwar waya. Agedo tarem simiti. Odero ni okelo na simiti adek. Kendo nago erokamano. Kendo kabiro kaka denyo tadonjo od Ben. Ja od Ben nokono oduma to odere manokelo gi gari. Mano ng'ama ber miwuoro. Omiyo odero ni emomiyo adwa nawuoye matin tawuoro gima nya ywago nyok aywago odero. Nya ywago na dala. Ot lich. To nyathi waya nyakwar waya we ot malich. Kana donjo kodonjo ni kodonjo ka mana komiyo wang'e. Gino nyolit na malich. Kendo nyomiyo ywak malit ahinya. Awe umyage mago.
Erokamano Nera. I was just trying to say that Sam assisted him in one way or the other when he was putting up his house. He assisted him in several ways. He gave him food, he gave him cement, and others. Erokamano, thank you so much. Next. We go now to cousins from Game. I want to invite them to come, and one of them will have to speak. Cousins from Game, both those who are in Game and those who are in the diaspora.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hey, Wakristo, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ebu bendera ya Yesu juu. Mko wazima, asante. Mimi kwanza namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa nafasi hii ambayo nimepata ya kutoa ushuhuda ya ndugu yangu Sam. Cousins wangu wa game wameenda huku nyuma kidogo, wanakuja. Sioni wakiwa hapa. Na kuna ndugu zangu ambao labda wangekuwa wakubwa wangu ambaye angeongea kwa niaba ya watu wa game, lakini hayuko karibu, yuko nje. Kwa hivyo nafasi hii mimi nachukua kwanza niwajulisheni kwa mume wangu mpendwa ambaye nimetembea na yeye. Simama tu mahali ulipo wave. Huyo ni mzee wangu. Nashukuru kwa maana amekubali kuja kunisindikiza, kumsindikiza shemeji yake. Hawa ni watu wetu kutoka game. Hawa ni cousins wa Sam kutoka game, na wengine wanatoka Koyugi huko. Kwa hivyo mimi nitatoa tu ushuhuda kidogo kuhusu vile nilimjua Sam. Sam ndugu yangu aliitwa jina ODERO. Hiyo jina mnaona hapo ni jina ya babu yetu. Babu yetu ambaye amezaa mama yake yeye. Kwangu mimi amezaa baba. Sam alikuwa ni kijana mpole sana, hakuwa na maneno mengi. Kifika Sam ni furaha tu na kukukaribisha, mkicheka mkiongea. Nasikitika hakika kifo hakina huruma. Kwa maana kifo ingetuuliza ni nani achukue tungempatia. Kuna watu wanalia wanataka kufa na hawaendi. Kwa nini? Kifo inaona tu Sam ndiye ichukue. Nasikitika, naongea kwa masikitiko makubwa sana. Ndugu yangu ambaye ni mdogo wangu huko nyuma, hata mimi ningejivunia kwa sababu kama tunaenda na protocol, yeye angekuja kunizika huko kwetu. Mimi nimeolewa hapa Maragoli hapa juu. Hakika ni huzuni kwa ndugu zangu, cousins zangu, poleni sana. Poleni sana. Kikubwa tu mtuombe, kwa maana imekuwa ni mawimbi ambayo yametufuata haraka sana katika mwaka huu. Sisi wajukuu wa kutoka huko kwa kina mama, sasa mama na maanisha auntie yangu hapa, tumepoteza haraka sana. Miezi kama 7 imepita hapa hivi. Tumezika last born kwetu, mtoto mdogo last born. Ndio maana ninasema kifo ingekuwa inatuuliza maswali. Mtoto last born anakufa, sisi wakubwa tumebaki. Kuna kazi yangu tena, the same almost the same time. Tumezika kwa mwaka mmoja huu sisi tumezika watu 3. Shetani, si ushindwe. Nasikitika. Kwa wachungaji, naomba tu mkiomba, mtuombee hii familia ya auntie yangu na hata sisi sote kwa jumla. Hakika ni huzuni kupoteza kijana kama huyu katika umri ambao yuko ndani. Nafikiri sitakuwa na mengi, kikubwa tu ni maombi, na mbarikiwe sana. Mimi naitwa Dorcas. Kangu ndio huyo mmeona. Mimi ni mtoto wa Apollo Oyaro. Apollo Oyaro ndio mkubwa katika nyumba ya kina auntie huyu. Kama angeua mama, au maantizi wote pia wangepatikana. Kwa hivyo nasema asante na poleni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much, Nyagem. Kumwe maber. Ay marajo moko winjo Kiswahili to gik mabeyo bayo to kwang no aloki. Cousins from Nyaera, one representative, do it the way the game cousins have done. They have only come here to show that they are present, to come and escort their colleague, and only one person has talked. Cousins from Nyaera, if you are there. Kuonge to kanyo wakadha, we go to the next one because time is not with us. Aunties from game. Auntie Ann. Auntie cousins. Ang'e ni nyi tuo. Emomiyo carry time kapok itundo ka. Otherwise, da ok ituo to do ang'adi.
Nilifikiri wakati hiyo microphone inakuwa adjusted, wale cousins wameitwa wangekuwa wamefika, but because of time, vile tumeona program ikiendelea, sasa tutaenda hivyo tu. Odero Samson Jafet Wodinyagem. Mimi Dennis Odiwuoro Gada, representatives of the cousins. Sina chochote na saba yoyote kati yangu na wewe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, mweke mahali pema. Asanteni.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for that brief testimony that you have given. Just to save time, then we come to aunties. I'd already invited aunties from Game, Auntie Anne. If she's around, if she isn't around, then Auntie Salome or Auntie Lillian, whoever is here. There they are, they're coming. That is Auntie Lillian and Auntie Salome, the sisters to Sam's mother. And that's how they follow each other when they were brought onto this troublesome world. Auntie Joyce, the mother of Sam, then that one who is being supported was the immediate follower, then the one who is, that's how they were born. Machiegni Mama Lillian, nyalo wuoyo kae to Mama Salome nyalo wacho matin.
Nije dolo osiepe wede mobiro konya ko osiep na wuora wuodo bonyo amoso uno kwe uru opak Yesu an maloso kodu kan iluonga ni Saloma yo an nyar jaduong' Jafeth Odero mako yaro anya kanyibuo pa muhanda to kaka nyakolo kodak na dhi asembo kanyigora nyago ku skul. So, madwa wuoye wiye ni. Manyathi nyamera, manie maluwo tok min mare. Odero wuodo bonyo. Baba wuod gi Mary. Odero paka maradadi. Odero ng'ama ber nyiri winjo wach ni wuoda lo nya udhodho. osiepna, baba wuoyo mos, jaduong' wuon chieng' mane neno owadwa maduong' otho. Jik janyahera ato wacho nuna uraya nadwa ko nyithinda. Okon mama wane beda wako wagoka. Mugogo ka dito siling 1,000. Mugogo ka dito siling 1,000 wuod gi Mary. Chieng' moro asebedo katuoga. Oyudo nyathiwa Masara kabiro nena. Okone ni mama Sara, idhi neno mama Salome niye. Kone na adiro ne gimoro e simu kanyo dhi onyiewo godo. Baba ng'won, to baba jaluor, tol muol, tol ler, to ber, wudo bonyo. Odero singo fundo ng'ede chiel, wuod gagumba. Akia ok anyalo wacho, onge gima anyalo wacho wuora. Wuora nyocha adhi neno, iwacho na ne ni oxygen awe ni ber. Bang'e tawinjo mano onge. Ka adhi to onge. Onge wach. Gima da wacho onge, kure thur gi ji nyakwar nyachola. Imosna mama ugi ji duto mana notho man kuro. Imosna mang'eyo. Aonge gima diang' awachi, aonge gi teko. Dong' gi Yesu.
Thank you so much.
Ni Jokristo wedego osiepe mobiro konyowa kowo babana. Amosu uno paki Yesu. An kan ga iluonga ni Lilian Gor Siengo. An maluwo joiso dawa mar ariyo, an maluwo Salome. To aminu uge nyaka ger. Koro aonge mang'eny mang'ona wach kuom osiepna. Nyathina ne wang'iyo godo weche mang'eny wapimo. Kata ka ne en kod wach moro moneno kupong'o chunye to ogochona. Openja to wapimo kode wach. Kata makoro nyodhi othoni. Ogona sim kuko nogero ot. Mama nyara. Neno chake wuora. To wuora nero. Neno chaka min gi. Koro en wuoda kendo bende an nyathine. Koro nowuora kogero ot maber. Mama biro dala. Wang'ne ka biro dala mondo abi alimi. Akelni kata nyakwari tine nyako mopong'. Koro osetimore onge ok dang' wachune kaka nondiki. To nosingi nitie gik moko 5 ma Nyasaye nopando ne dhano ma bende dhano kanong'e bo polo kar kaeri. E gir Nyasaye nopondo ng'ama neno Nyasaye. Chieng' ma dhako nomaki e ich. Kit nyathi ma dhako nonyuol. Odiochieng' ma dhako nonyuolie. Kit tho manoneg ng'ato gi sama nothoe mago onge dhano mong'eyo. Omiyo baba otieko wuodhe. Dhi gi kwe wuod gi nyiri. Dhi gi kwe kakal. Erouru kamano.
Erokamano. And speak on their behalf. If they are there, they can just come and wave. If they are not there, you shall do the two together. Wave on their behalf and talk on their behalf.
an kachung' ka iluonga ni an Wairimu Odero. Adwa moso chokruok kakalo e kanisa maler mar jo AIC, jodala, wede gosiepe, Ruoth Yesu paki, agonu ni erokamano odiochieng' ma kawuono ni odiochieng' matek e ngimawa. Otek e ngimawa kaka anyuola, otek e ngimawa kaka family kata moagem. An kama chung'ie ni an gi roles ariyo. One role and Sami is my cousin's son, is my brother's son, and a great friend of mine. The entire family, I'm a friend of that home. Apart from being their relative, I'm a friend of this home. The second role is I'm married to Sami's uncle, brother to the mother. That even brings me closer. And it has brought me closer. I'm closer to everyone in this family. And I'll not take it for granted. This was the Lord's plan. Oh, as I stand here, I'm representing Jogem. Right now, I represent Jogem. Jogem na gin kama ng'eny, ina kombe manono ka. Jogem e mantie, moko pod nitie. Mantie, nyalo ting'o badgi mondo negi kama gintie no. Jowadgi mamoko ni oleng're matin gin e dala ka nyalo dero kocha. To kan kadwa wuoyo kuom Sami on behalf of Jogem and on behalf of myself and my family, adwa goni Nyasaye ni erokamano. Adwa goni Nyasaye ni erokamano mi achung'ie odier kaka wuono. Kawuoyo kuom osiepna miluongo ni SAMSON Odero. SAMSON Modero ni is my father-in-law. Moko nego bed naluongo ga nyingena. Aluongo ga mana ni, aluongo ga Sami ni jaduong' kata mzee. Ento luonga ni mama. Onge chiemo moseluonga ni auntie, oluonga ni mama. And kako wasebet joma very close. Kama wantie kwago mbaka gi Sami tinyalo we ni magi mbasi. But this is God's plan. Onge gimo nyalo pinge God's plan at all. Unless ni insane. Because the battle that the Lord fights, you have no strength to touch. You have no strength at all. Omio obro chono andi mondo accept what has happened. And I'm seriously affected by this death. I just want to ask God to give me the strength. Even to talk about Sami, even to think about him. And thinking that he is not here now. I'm coming to terms very slowly. But I know the Lord is going to help me. Nyithindwa modong'. Mine Sami mantie. Mine ne manye mine mamane. Waene. Ka waene kono bing'eni korantie. Waene ni ka kendo ging'eny be. Waene machal koda. Chungie uru fuane Sami yao. Chungie uru anenu kamoro ka. Nyikwa yieko yote man kama nyiri. Malungo Sami ni waya. Masami luongo ni waya. Echa gin kacha moko moro be ni ka moko be ni kocha. gintie kendo gintie nikech Sami. O gintie nikech Sami nyathi owadgi. Gintie nikech Sami. Sami can relate gi ji in a way is so special. Ma kia kuma intie kibiro ni Sami ema onindo, to kelo buok maduong' e chunywa. Mwagone Nyasaye ni erokamano nikech omiyowa the strength mwasebedo go this. Nyaka wabedo kaka wan kawuono wanyalo chung' kama wuo. En wach mecha nobuogowa. Noyudo ka wantie Nairobi. Sama koro ko opango ni wadwa ni mondo wadhi wanene, ni kiny na mondo gokinyi, to thone mochopona. Nobedo na midhiero mang'eny lakini Nyasaye pod berie mago duto. An agomna ni erokamano. Ok adwa wacho mang'eny mondo aketh weche mag odiechieng' ma kawuono. Jogem kobiro ka giduogo gia koma gidhie kocha cha, obiro chungo gi kendo gibiro huayonu. To sechegi taweu mago Nyasaye mondo romwa gi mago. Nyasaye otelnwa waduto. Nyasaye oumwa gi buombe. Nyasaye oumwa nyi joka ODERO, oum joka Samuel, oum joka Yieko, oum ji duto. Erokamano.
Thank you so much. There is a request that all those people who are coming here to speak, please let us use this microphone on the stand for the people who are covering this ceremony to get easy time with us, with all of us. So we are only going to use one mic, this one. I don't know those people who are talking when they are seated. My grandson, how will they do? Those people who are talking when seated, and this thing is very high. But they just sit here, facing there. Okay. Okay, wach. Koro, ji duto biro wuoye mic mochung' kani. Erokamano Antian. Walungo Antis Manyaera ne no chiw slot no ne Mama Lucia gi Mama Benta. Achiel kuomgi kanitie ka, kata ka gintie giduto to gibiro to gimoso to bas, ng'at man gi wach nyalo wacho. Lucia lai, Benta lai.
Bwana asifiwe.
Vichore malo.
Bwana asifiwe. Agone Nyasaye erokamano. Okelowa dala mar yuora ka gi wuoda SAMSON ODERO. An iluonga ni Benta lai, anya karachuonyo ka nyaluoko bila. Sami en nyathi yuora, an ema jaoda tin. But agone Nyasaye erokamano kuom Sami. Sami ne mama ma Joyce ochako wuon mare. Sami osemiyo wa tich mayot. Kichako ka Nyasaye omi nyathi michako janyuol ni to nyathi rach. Igombo ni nyuas nyathi duoki. Sami osebedo nyathi maber. Kendo Sami jaluor kata ka nyo Sami tuo. Ka Sami obiro iri, kisemose, Sami sodwete ofuko. Omiyi gimoro. Tiko ne Sami ne mitwe nyi open killer. Tokona ni mama sechango. Nyo ok wang'eyo ni Sami Nyasaye dhi ome seche manyo Sami nitie ni. Kech Sami nyo tegno. Kendo Sami nyo wacho ni en osechango. Nyo wamor kuom ngima Sami. Omiyo tho mar Sami obwogowa kabisa. Akwayo ni Jehova Nyasaye mondo odonje i jowadwa modong' kata nyithindo. Kawe uru ngima mar Sami. Sami omiyowa tich mayot. Kata tuone kata nindo ne mare ni.
nikech timne. Nyathi mang'won, nyathi maler, nyathi ma jaluor. Ago ne Nyasaye erokamano, ang'eyo ni biro rito jowadgi, jodalawa duto te mar joka Yieko, Jokolilo, nyikwayo duto mag joka Daniel, usetiyo tich matek, Nyasaye mating'u malo, Nyasaye madgwedhu. Aonge mang'eny madang' awach kuom Sami, wach Sami obwoga kabisa. Ago mana erokamano ne nitie nyawanda moa Uyoma ma wendo, mochopo ka mondo ywaga, en chung' mondo ufwa un gi jaduong'. Erokamano kuom chopo. Ago erokamano.
Erokamano ne Mama Benta kuom wuoyo machuok maber. It is now my turn. I also want to pay tribute to my dear nephew, Sam ODERO ONYANDO. I have a long history with this family, but I'll be very brief indeed. I am a brother to Sami's father, but from another mother, not from the same mother. But I was like an adopted child in this family, right from my primary education. The late Samuel Onyando and the late Joyce Onyando took me as one of their children. And indeed, I was like the elder of all the children of the late Samuel Onyando and Mama Joyce Onyando. Dan is like my immediate follower, though, at some distance. I got my education here and everything that I needed up to the time I went to college, up to the time I started to work, and even when I visited my in-laws for the first time to pay dowry, Mzee took me there, and he set me now to start on my own. They loved me. Besides that, when I leave that, let me now talk about my siblings who are also my nephews and nieces. We grew up together. I know each one of them. They also know me. What I know of Sami, he was a guy who was growing up, and he took a lot from the father. The way the father used to manage his affairs, even in terms of dressing, in terms of talking, in terms of eating, lifestyle, and all that. That's why one of his aunties said here that he liked that kind of lifestyle. Maber, no hero gik mabeyo, no ngama ler. No hero ler. When he came up of age, around class 4, class 5, and I could not most of the things mar babane. Babane no watch me goyo. Ma kinyalo chung kama tin neno images mokaye. Kigo ayuota tine inagi problems. Sami no biro ge style mar go watch. Ma chiemo ka no go watch for the first time. To baba gi openjo ni ngama no go watch gi. And we thought ni idwa dhaw ni ngama no go watch, maybe onegi moro marach e watch. To wache ni Sami to doko linga. Koro the following day Chio very early to go in. Mera, watch you sami mondo ka watch ko mondo losi. Which means he loved the work that he did the previous day. All along, he was the one who was doing that. He was the one who was cleaning the car in the morning, which used to be done by the house help. Kai to Sami be no the copo that lifestyle. Sami nyocho ler, makata nyocho tuomo wuotho kani, jino kong'e ni Sami ne nigi challenges moko e ngimane. Oler ma ok dini ng'e ni Sami tuo, Sami wuotho gi bag. And I loved that one. Odero wuno yaro ni, ano lunga mana ne baba. All the time. An pok na winjo kolunga kata an baba na manete, baba. I remember one thing manotimo na mawi ok nyal wil go ma feel I should say here. In 1996, Sami no mondo dala na gokinyi. I can't remember the date and the month. To biro dala, to yudo kapok adhi tich. Koro ko biro to kona ni baba dawi ni mondo ayud kapok idhi tich. Tako ni aja mondo gato kawuono aonge gi lessons in the morning. Ema mi yudo kapod delay ka. Kona ni ta penji nyi biro ni to nya Mombasa udhi nade wadhi maber. To dala kuno mama dhi nade ni mama dhi maber. Oh, to my wife kona ni nyathina bed piny mondo alos chai ni umadh gi anko. To kona ni okon mama anto wewe nyaracha ose mondo loso na breakfast ako ina mondo town gokinyi. Se mondo moloso na breakfast aparo ni mondo akadh ka adwa neno baba kapok adhi. Bas kai to kona ni baba gimokela ka ng'eni in wuora mahero kabisa. To gimoro bire chunya kana Mombasa nadwa ni mondo ang'iew ni wuoche. Ok ang'e ni rwako wuoche namba D. Tako ni wuono yaro. Idwa ng'iew na wuoche nie. Mano is the greatest gift of my life. So akone ni wuoche tarwako namba 9 ken leather. To kana ni fine. Adwa dhi ng'iew ni wuoche. Koro adhi akela namba 9 no. To in case ni yudo ka adiny tabiro nyisi adhi nyiso joka ni biro duoko mondo idhi exchange the following day. Wawere kode kodhi town. Dalono ne onge simo mar ong'we yamo ni. Koro an bende awuok adhi skul. Koduogo godhiambo to ayudo ka nowe wuoche kanyo. Gi wuoyi mane kwana jamni. To kone ni ka babo biro timiye gigi. Tikoni receipt ni e iye kanyo. To koyudo ka gino nitie gi bet nitie odwaro wilo. To dhi e barter shop mani chuny town. Mondo ter gigo kiny no wilne kanyo kiny. Koro nayudo ka wuoche bet diny matin. Sami nong'iew na shwets, safari boots. Very expensive during that time. I really appreciated no me a weekend na biro ka ayudo ka pod entie. To ne ok onyiso kata mama en kare no bira on his own. Koro ka biro mondo agone erokamano. Kore ka mama bende penjo ni to wuora to dak ni wacho na. Dina ko ni medo ne kata vest moro. To kora ni mama mano negi ni e kinda kod baba na. I really appreciated that. Wache ga wuotho go for quite a long time. Kane Sami dwa dhi nyombo to min gi openje ni to adwa ni kaw one of your uncles mondo teri. Do you settle for? To kone ni kaw baba manete. Ne wadhi nyombo gi Ken godhiambo gi some others mane Sami no talk. Nyiso ni he had a lot of regards for me. We used to talk, interact. Kamano, I'm very sorry. Ni ngima ong'ade gi gik mabeyo manyotimo kata kuneno kaka loso compound ne manone go dage to kodake ni. Waneno kaka loso ode. Wawacho ni mana kaka nyamera ma ano wacho. Ni en dwaro mar Nyasaye maonge gima nyalo change. Otherwise, agonye ni odhi oyue. Nyocha omiya ywak kama lit kabisa. When he passed on, Dan nogocho na saa 10 gi dakika 21 okinyi, which was very unusual. Amako simo. Eka Dan nyisa ni wacho wa Nairobi ni Sam osewewa. Kendo ago erokamano ne joka Yieko. By saa 12 this home nopong' gi joma nie malo. Wadak malo kuchocho. Gin kendgi ema gin koni. But it was like ne wana kamoro achiel. Nyiso ni ji nohero Sami. Nyasaye osekawe, odhi oyue. Akwayo jokomera mwadongo ni Nyasaye ohou. Ok en gima yot. Nyocho ne utemo ni mondo wasave ngima Sami. Kendo ago erokamano ne friends and relatives who hearkened to the call and decided to send contribution to support. But it is overtaken gi dwaro mar Nyasaye. We are together. Erokamano uru.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Now we are going to proceed very fast. We're going to proceed very fast. I'm short. It's okay. He has taken a bit of time, but because he was the owner of this, we are not going to stop him. So from then, we'll go on very fast. Saro Chuka. B.
Moso chokruok ni mrembe duto. Mimi ni Saro Chuka vile mmesikia. Mimi ni dada wa Mama Sam. Mama Sam nampata mara wa 4. Nitaongea kwa Kiswahili kidogo, hata Kiswahili sijui vizuri lakini mtanisamehe. Mimi Mama Sam alinichukua nikiwa na miaka 7 nikaanza kuishi na yeye. Alinipenda zaidi. Sasa tukaishi hivyo mpaka mwishowe akanileta nimsaidie kuishi pande huu. Akanipea shemeji yake. Sasa vile alikuwa akinipenda, watoto wake pia walikuwa akinipenda sana. Watoto wake wote wananipenda zaidi. Vile Mama Sam alikuwa mzima, aliniambia dada yangu nitakuwa usinunue fertilizer. Na niko na watoto wenye wanaweza pia kuninunulia. Sasa alikuwa akinunulia fertilizer 50 kg kila season. Mpaka bila alikufa watoto wake pia wakachukua hiyo mpaka sasa wananinunulia. Sasa mimi watoto wao wote wananipenda zaidi. Sasa kufika kwa baba yangu. SAMSON ODERO Jafet ni baba yangu. Ananiita msichana wangu ama mama. Mimi pia namuita babangu. Tulikuwa tunapendana na babangu zaidi. Wakati mwingine nilikuwa mgonjwa. Nilishangaa sana. Nilipata hii ugonjwa wa corona. Hao watoto wote walikuja wakati nilikuwa mgonjwa, watu waliniogopa zaidi. Hakuna mwenye alikuwa anaweza kuja karibu na mimi. Na hawa wote walikuja kuniona. Kila mtu bila kujali ati hiyo ugonjwa itawashika. Paka kuanzia siku hiyo babangu akaniambia, msichana wangu, vile uko mgonjwa, sitaki uwe bila pesa mfukoni ama kwa simu. Nataka uwe na pesa saa yote, ukule vizuri ili mwili irudi haraka. Sasa babangu alikuwa akinipatia 2000 kwenda mbele. Basi kitu nilishangaza last month, this month. Nilikuwa na iko chakula yenye alikuwa akipenda zaidi na nilikuwa nikimtengenezea akiwa hapa nyumbani. Sasa vile Ken alikuwa na matanga, tukaenda kwa matanga Kano. Kurudi nikamwambia Ken, utarudi lini Nairobi? Nilikuwa nataka kuja kuona mtoto wangu, lakini nitakuja baadaye. Akaniambia taenda on Sunday. Tulitoka matanga Saturday. Sasa nikatengeneza hiyo chakula nikampatia Ken akampelekea. It was on Sunday. Fika Monday, mtoto wangu akanipigia simu. Baba akanipigia asante kwa chakula yenye nimpelekea. Akaniambia mama, nitakuja nyumbani tarehe 20 mpaka tarehe 15. Sasa utengeneze hiyo mingi sana niwe nikikula mpaka nirudi Nairobi. Nikamwambia baba, nitakuja tarehe 11, tutakuwa na harusi ya Jerry. Nitakuletea hiyo chakula ukule mpaka tarehe 20 yenye utakuja nyumbani. Mungu akijalia tutaonana. Akaniambia mama, wacha kusema hivyo. Nyasaye oseyie nyaka wanere. Mama berabera giyie. Nyasaye oseyie ni nyaka wanere Nairobi tarehe 11. Koro gima noshangaza, fika Nairobi nikasikia mtoto wangu amepelekwa kwa ward on Thursday. Sasa kwenda kumuona, nilikuwa nafikiri nitamuona, tutaongea vile aliniambia tutaonana. Hatukuonana. Mimi ndio nilimuona. Na yeye hakuniona. Alikuwa kwa ICU. Kurudi kumuona, daktari akatuambia hatuwezi kumuona, tumuache, anataka kufanya kitu hapo kwake. Sasa hiyo ndio nishangaza. Tukarudi kwa nyumba. Kufika saa 10, Dano Biamba ananipigia simu. Saa 10 alfajiri. Ati mama, ulirudi? Sikurudi kwa ajili nilikuwa nafikiri on Monday nitarudi kumuona. Ndio niturudi Tuesday. Akaniambia mama, ulirudi? Nikamwambia hapana, tutarudi on Tuesday. Akaniambia bahati mbaya mama, Ken amenipigia simu ati Sama ametuacha. Nilishangaa. Mtuombe jameni. Muombe hii boma, muombe watu wote, muniombe pia. Asante.
Asante sana. I want to call a very special person here who may have at least a word to share with us. That is Madam Helen Muga. I don't know where she is. Yes, she's working with Stoma. That is an organization dealing with cancer management equipment. He has something to share with us. Madam, feel welcome. You are assisted. You are being assisted there.
Thank you. Which languages will they get? Well, Swahili, English?
Whichever language, even in...
Bwana Sifiwe. I'm a born-again lady. I come from the late Reverend Charles Muga's home. I'm second last born. I'm here briefly to convey my condolence from Nairobi, where they were working with our brother, our son, but they have not gotten a message that he's passed away. So I was forced to rush here, come and say pole, go back and talk to them while they're still in a meeting to tell them it is true. Thank you for the family who have taken care of Sam. It's not an easy job. Many people would have not known what he was going through, as I've heard. And our people in Nairobi especially, we had 2 ladies in a supply, in a store place. And we had a lady caregiver and a counselor called Salome Agalo. The lady in supplies in the store was called Effie. And our chairman is called Devgan. So they have all passed their message of condolence. Maybe one time, 1 or 2 of them will find a way to reach home here. I'm now at home. We are all working with him. I'm with cancer. the special one that is called stoma. If you want to know more, look for me. Ken, I knew long time while we were in Mombasa, but I didn't know his brother was ailing like that. But for those who have come, I encourage you to go for screening. I encourage you to look for more of what you would want to know about cancer. I would encourage you to take care of the cancer patients because they go through very painful sickness. Nasema kwa Kiswahili ya kwamba mimi ni mmoja ya wale wanaangalia watu wa cancer, especially ile ambaye ndugu yetu kijana yetu alikuwa anaugua, na wale wa Nairobi ambaye walikuwa pia wanamshughulikia kumsaidia hawajua mpaka sasa ya kwamba amepita. Na wameniambia nikimbie hapa nijue, nipeane pole yangu, nirudi niwapigie simu ili niwaambie ni kweli. Sijakuja nikijitayarisha kusema na wazee, ni saa ya kusikia mambo ya Mungu, na wale wamekuja kueleza vile iko. Kile nimesema ni ya kwamba muende mukaguliwe mapema habari ya kansa, muende muulize ile kitu kinakuuma, kama ni kwa tumbo, kama ni kichwa, kama ni wapi, ili mjue mapema musaidike. Nashukuru kwa familia ambaye Sam alikuwa, walimuelewa, walimsaidia, walijaribu pia kafika Nairobi. Na wale wenzangu wa Nairobi pia tunasema ni asante, pia walimpokea kumsaidia. Pengine hawakujua vile anasaidiwa, lakini walimsaidia, na mpaka leo asubuhi hawakujua ameaga. Mungu awe nanyi nyote, na wale wamesafiri kuja kusema pole na kusaidia. Pole kwa wazee, mama na baba, nafikiri wananijua, na ndugu zake wengine wachache. Naomba niondoke niende niwasiliane na wale, niwapatie habari. Nikipata nafasi nitarudi hapa kuongea nao. Mungu awabariki. Na kanisa, asanteni sana pia kwa kuomboleza na hii family na kuwa na hao kuwapatia mambo ya Mungu. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. I will call friends. Friends will be represented by two. Waluongo osiepe, ma kisungu luongo ni friends. Friends go achiel biro wuoyo, to the second one biro bedo Mrs. Betty Asuna. So there will be two. Friends, Betty is coming, plus another person, plus another friend who are representing friends. Thank you. Use that.
Opakruoth yo Kristo. Dakupakruoth yawa. Wachuka kaka osiepe Magdalene. Okwana wan osiepe mindi. Wan osiepe Magdalene. Nyinga Betty Asuna at Nyasaye Waro. And I'm here with my sister and also friend. Habari ya leo ya asubuhi. Habari familia na kanisa. Kwa majina naitwa Dora Chepkony. Pia mimi ni rafiki ya hii boma kupitia dadangu Emily Ominde. Tumekuwa marafiki miaka hii. Kwa hivyo Sam ni ndugu yetu. Hii ndi nyumbani. tunasema pole, hata sisi tumehuzunika.
As Judge has said, we are not just friends of Emily. Actually, I knew a member of this family, Rosemary, who is Ken Onyando's better half, many years back when we joined class 4 in Maseno boarding school. So it's a family that I have known over the years, and as girlfriends of Emily, we have other girlfriends who have some met Emily when she was a little girl in school. Roslyn Odede is on the way. We have also friends who joined in school like Jane Waweru, Senator Janet Ongera. We also have others who joined in the university like Commissioner Gertrude Nguku and Commissioner Kagwiria Mbogori, among others who have sent their heartfelt condolences and who are unable to be here. They form part of the bigger group of law class of 1989. Yeah, so we are here to say a big pole to the family. We knew some at a personal level, and the things that have been said about Sam are true. I'm asking God to give me the grace, his neatness. He was a storyteller, he was my friend and our friend, and he was someone who was easy to be around. We would come to this home severally just to visit them and even to visit him. The last days we kept in constant touch with Honorable Emily, who mentioned the issue of Sam's illness, but the last few days, I knew that even her, she had her doubts. On Saturday, we had met at a wedding again of relatives, and I could see Mindy was not herself. She was not settled. And actually, the family was not settled at all. And we talked, and she told me the situation, and I went to bed, and even as I prayed, God was telling me this is heavy. And I knew it was heavy. And when she woke me up with a call, I think at 5 a.m. or thereabouts, the first thing I told her, I know you don't have good news. And indeed, it was not good news. But I want to just encourage the family that has gone through very trying moments, that God is still God. Even the uncle who said he has an issue with God, God is still God, and he remains God on the throne, and God still wants us to thank him in everything, remembering that God's ways are not our ways, and his thoughts are not ours. So let us just ask God for the grace to thank him for the life of Sam here on earth, and continue to pray for the family, that God will comfort them, will strengthen them, will encourage them, and give them that peace that surpasses human understanding. God says we mourn. Yes, he wants us to mourn. And even Jesus wept for his friend. But he doesn't want us to mourn like those who do not have hope. So I want us to have hope, because as God says, those who have left us are merely sleeping. And our brother is sleeping. He's sleeping in his handsome state, in his clean state. And we just want to ask God to let him rest in peace, and to watch over the entire family of the brothers, the sisters, the in-laws, the child who has been left behind, and all the nephews and the nieces, and all the relatives and friends. And we shall continue to pray with you, and we shall continue to pray for you, and we shall continue to visit you. So thank you so much, and may God be with all of you.
Ber manade kidil goganda mong'eyo kakitimo gik moko. We call upon Sam's colleagues at work, led by Fred Wood. You can come, one or two. Are there still somewhere? They will pass there, and then when they come, you alert us. Oh, sawa sawa. Welcome.
Praise the Lord. God is good and all the time. Yes, all protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all and to the bereaved family. My name is Frederick Owol. I knew Sam more than 24 years ago. And just to be brief, I joined Kenya West through Sam. It was a big struggle. And what I request the team here, let's not practice nepotism, tribalism at work, but let's treat one another as a brother and sister. And that is what Sam did to me. Just a brief history of Sam. We worked with Sam from 1998 at the coast. And Sam was very neat and particular. And he wanted the things done in a certain way. If you deviate, Sam will not be happy. And he used to get irritated so much. When Sam was diagnosed with cancer, Sam was contemplating to resign. And Sam used to listen to me so much, though I was younger to him in age. And I told Sam, would you like to operate from home? He told me yes, that would help. I facilitated that until he got transferred to Kisumu. And his controlling manager is also here. Maybe they'll come forward. And also the Kenya Airports Authority that used to work with Sam in Kisumu here. Kindly just come forward to introduce yourselves. And Sam was big in body, which was also in tandem in heart. And to the judiciary, there's a senior justice that Sam ensured that he was employed. He came to the check-in late, and we have a stipulated time for check-in closure. And by then I was a very junior staff. I was a check-in agent, seated behind the counter. The gentleman came, and we had finalized the flight. Everyone was already on board. And Sam was the acting supervisor. Then I gave Sam a call. Sam, so-and-so has come for check-in, though we have finalized the flight. Sam told me, accept him and hand over to somebody to facilitate him to the aircraft. Apparently, this gentleman was going for his last interview. I'll mention to Emily the name. I don't want to expose it here. And when he came back, he told us, guys, if I had missed that flight, I could have not been a judge by now. I've just gotten the position, courtesy of Sam. Otherwise, we were to leave him behind. Sam was very passionate in what he was doing. He was attached to handling baggage. And baggage is so dear to passengers. If you lose your bag, I think you'll not be at peace with the airline. But Sam never lost his cool. One time I was with Sam in town over the weekend, and a certain Austrian spotted Sam. He had lost his bag and he was at the coast on holiday. He shouted his name, Samson, 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 look at me. The clothes I came in with 2 days down the line, I'm still in those clothes. We had to stop. Sam went to the office in town, called the airport. By then there was no telephone, there was no mobile phones, and Sam ensured that the bag was tracked. Apparently the bag went all the way to US instead of coming to Mombasa. He facilitated that bag. Within 2 days, the bag was in Mombasa. And the passenger was very appreciative. Some, at any given time, could be called to go to work, and he will deliver without complaining. While in Kisumu here, Sam also told me, Fred, I'm feeling so weak, I want to resign. And I told him, Sam, please don't resign. Remember, the company has allocation for you in terms of medical. If you resign, you'll get your money, yes. But for how long will that money sustain you? Because you need insurance for your medical. Will you rely on your brothers and sister? He told me no. Then I told him, then continue. That is why Sam continued working until last year. Last year, when the company gave an offer for those who want to retire earlier, the first phase Sam wanted to take, and I told him, Sam, no, don't take it. He listened and he didn't. The second one, he told me, Fred. He used to call me Onyango, not Fred, Onyango. And now I want to take this one. And I told him, Sammy, have you considered it? Yes. If that is the position, then go ahead and take it and make sure that the moment you are paid, have cover for medical because you know your condition. And he told me, I'll do that. When he took the early retirement, he came back home, and I came to visit him here. We sat in a gazebo at home, had a meal over there, and I promised to buy a goat for his home, which I have not done, because he have not entered that home. It is so sad. And the team you see here used to work with him here in Kisumu. Me, I'm still based in Nairobi. Sam introduced me to all the family members. Those who are seated here, I all know them through Sam. Rest in peace, son and father to Joyce. He used to call himself, is the son of Joyce, and is the father to Joyce. And I think Joyce loved Sam so much. When I met Joyce in the presence of Sam, you could not believe that Joyce was the mother to Sammy. Rest in peace, Samson. Thank you. Maybe to the team, if they can just introduce themselves briefly, then you hand over to the MC. Thank you all. God bless you.
Habari zenu. Kwanza nampiga pole wa familia wa here, we in a sad situation. Watu wa kanisa, wale wametoka mbalimbali, na wale wenzangu ambao walikuwa wanafanya kazi na Sam. Mimi nitasema maneno moja. Mnaniona ni mzee. Hata yule ametoka hapa walikuwa vijana wangu. When Sam was employed in 1992, walikuja kutoka utalii from the college. They were brought. Then the manager who was that time handed over to me as the supervisor to go around and facilitate them to know what they can do. From there, when I was going around with them, then I asked him, where are you coming? You are a tall man. Are you a Luo? Then he told me, yes. Which part of Luo are you coming from? He told me from Kisumu. Then we started to be friends because that was a part of identification. We really struggled with Sam. Many people have talked about him. I retired when I left him, the same office we were operating with him in Mombasa. But if people talk about this disease, even the family knew it very late. But me, I knew it from the beginning. 4 years before the family knew he had a problem. Until one day he told me he wanted to go to see the doctor. After 2 days when I asked him, did you see the doctor? He told me, I've talked to my sister. They are planning to take me to India. From there, we have been talking. From India, I used to meet him here when he came back to Kisumu. So when I lost my mother 2019, Sam came. And we shared the same sitting, the way we are sitting today, actually to celebrate his life. ONYANDO, Wood Joyce was a very, very nice man. I don't know. I've met the family. I've met all the family except Odhiambo I've not met. In fact, I'm going to know him today. They understand the family. Sam was born a man ambao was yeye alisaliwa na ile roho mzuri ya kusaidia hata kukosea mtu. Na ukimkosea ibeta anaweza kunyamaza. Hawezi kuzungumza kwa sababu he feel kama ni yeye ndiye amekukosea. Emily, thank you. When you called me, I asked you about Sam, and you told me amepelekwa hospitali tena, is feeling some kuna mambo imetokea bibaya nini. By 5:30, my son called me. Sam is gone. The next morning, and I called you back. Sorry, I called you back to confirm that Sam is gone. Kitu tumejua vile yule mama yule alisema ni vizuri kucheck mwele. Even me, I retired, left Kenya because I was sick. Today when you see me, I'm not sick. Because that work actually costs a lot of retirement. I mean, you unakuwa retired kabisa in life. Kwa hivyo, wacha Sam aende. Hii nyumba aliniambia hata nitakuja siku walikufungata walikuwa na huyu Mr. ONYANDO. Alikuwa hapa tukazungumza, nikasema wakati anafungua nitakuja kulala hapa. Yote tulipanga, kumbe Mungu amepanga yake. Bwana Good Joyce, nenda ulale vizuri, tutengeze pahali tutakuja. Asanteni.
God is good and all the time. In the interest of time, I will not allow the rest of the members to introduce themselves, but I just want to recognize and acknowledge the presence of the Kenya Airports Authority managers, senior managers from Kisumu, who have also joined the Kenya West team in coming here to bid farewell to our beloved brother, SAMSON ODERO ONYANDO. Thank you. The team you see here constitutes Kenya Airways staff and Kenya Airports Authority from Kisumu, who used to work with Sam. We pass a very special condolence message to the family. May the Lord give Sam an eternal rest. Thank you.
Asante sana. We had to give them time. These are the people who have had a lot of time with Sam at the place of work. We are going very fast, and we are soon coming to an end. Adwa luongo group moro ka man be ang'ena ikora ne gidhi chando wa matin. En gima seng'e anyi kwa Daniel gina joma chalre gi boya ng'ata achiel ema wuoyo. Joey. Odero keo game. Iwewa malit kamana ang'o. Ya Odero, wi mamuol. Oi. Ya ito. To. Wawuoro to. An kore ka loka sani ka lor machiegni mondo wabi waik Odero wadwa ni loka Homa Bay. Homa Bay donge loka. Iluonga ni George Oburu. An okeo nyaera ka endi. Okeo go Onyando. Mawuon Sam Odero. Tumekuja hapa kuomboleza na kuona pahali ndugu yetu Sam atawekwa kwa maisha yake mpya. It is very sad to lose somebody like Sam, who was somebody with a heart nobody else has. Very gentle, somebody who will listen to you, somebody who will bring peace. We have lost somebody. Poleni sana, Joka Samuel Kumwito Sam. Before this calamity fell here, we thought that Sam was going to survive this disease. He has been going to India, and of late he has been going to a local hospital, I think it was Kenyatta University. That's why when Eric, my uncle, was demonstrating with God, I sat there and said, Eric, don't wrestle with God. God, even the clergy who are sitting here cannot undo what God has done. Even the battery of judges who are sitting here cannot pronounce a judgment on what God has done. And talking of judiciary, I must commend you very much. When we were in the wall, I saw your strength. And when I was sitting here and had the introduction of some of the judges who have come here, I am aware of some of the landmark judgments that you have made. You are very, very, yeah? You are encouraging you call it the jurisprudence. I think you have made some very good judgments. I think people like Boaz Olao, we were with him in Machakos sometimes long ago. I think it's 2000 there. I think he was there in Machakos. But I've heard some of the names here, very prominent judges. Thank you very much for coming and condoling with us. I know you have come because of Emily. Emily, you are doing a good thing. I commend you also. Commend you very much. Thank you very much. I think one guy senior chief. Koro aparo ni ya aweu gi mago wan nyikwa Olilo Musa Giri okaneno ka Musa jakomwa Daniel Oguso betuo. Koro wan joma tinde watuore matin. Koro gine judges ka uwinjo kata ni an be atuo to ugona garambe kaka nyocho garambe chande wamor kodu ahinya. Erokamano. Karibu.
Thank you very much, George, for the long speech. We were warned by the senior chief that we were, time wasters, and you have proved him right. I am Philemon Okinyi Akach. I hail from Seme. My mom, Susan, died 1954, and I represent her here today. This group is a mighty group. We are not all here, and as you have been told, our chairman is very sick and was just discharged yesterday, and our organizing secretary is also down and out with malaria and pneumonia. We pray for them to be alive. The ones that you see here are going to wave you hello. Everybody wave hello. Now, when I'm done, they will wave bye-bye. I want to say one thing. You know, Psalms being is in the mouth of everybody. Psalms goodness is in the heart of everybody. So we can't repeat the same thing knowing that that is Psalm. But I'll tell one of my own. I came from Finland in 1985, going 86. I had pairs of shoes. He admired one, and I gave it to him. The next time I saw him wearing that shoe, I admired it. And if it were not for this bird called Ochinjo bird in Dulwo burns your house if you make a U-turn. If you demand what you gave away, it burns you, no matter how high it soars in the skies. If you do that, descends and your house is burnt. So I didn't ask him, but I told him your shoe, I didn't know it was mine. I am an ordained priest in the Anglican Church, and Psalm was full of grace, Psalm Jangwono. So I'm going to read a scripture here that talks about Psalms grace and Psalms Ngono. And when we go to the scriptures, Senior Chief, do not open your mouth to tell me stop. I'm going to read a brief word of God from Paul's second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, 9 to 10. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about the weakness, so Christ's power may rest in me. For Christ's sake, I delight in weakness, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties, for when I am weak, then I am strong. And that was Psalm for you. He has gone through all that I've listed, and he was okay because the grace of the Lord, and one of my Nyasaye, Neni Kode, Kawaparo Psalm, Lama Lama. The guy lying there was a great man, a man of humility, a man of grace, and a man of generosity. And that's how we want to remember him. Now, people, wave again, fare thee well, Psalm. All of us, we are going to wave fare thee well, Psalm, everybody. And this is our signature tune as we leave the podium.
Moko duto timore maber, timore maber, timore maber. Gik moko duto timore maber, Visas of men, visas of men, visas of men. I will make you visas of men if you follow me. If you follow me, if you follow me, I will make you visas of men if you follow me.
Erokamano mang'eny. Wachna. Oya quiet. Sama gichako wuoyo na lok gino gi dholuo to mano indi loki, kisungu no diloki. Sawa sawa. Kawuono wadhi maber, pok wadhi maber kama e gweng' ka. Wachiegni iko. Adwa naluongi. I want to call Commissioner Majanja to come and greet this gathering, and then he will call the others to say something. And as he's coming, I want to recognize the presence of Lina Koth, Honorable Lina Koth from Kisumu, Madam Gloria Anjala, Director Human Resource. Besides that, let me recognize the presence of Advocate Rosalyn Odede, Sister Leah, Advocate Josephine Wambua, and Engineer Judith Nyangaga. Please feel welcome. As the Commissioner comes, I want to recognize the presence in our midst. Nyathida ala kama be uwok sani marach ni kao kom mar Kisumu West. Mose budhi ni chunga chwagi kajo titimu lwete ni time marach. Erokamano, mano tom ndalo. Wacho no kawo gini gokinyi. I want to recognize the presence and the arrival of the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly of Kisumu, Honorable Elisha Uraro, and called Jakalo Gisedo on Jabudon. Everyone ting body come on. I also want to call and recognize Honorable Commissioner Oluwande of Judicial Service Commission. Karibu Commissioner. Sanitize.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And praise God. My name, as you have heard, is David Majanja. I'm a judge of the High Court and Commissioner of the Judicial Service Commission. I was working together with the Honorable Ominde, and we have come here both from the Commission and the Judiciary to come and condole with the family. First and foremost, Commissioner Ominde, I want to pass the condolences of all the commissioners who have sent me to tell you and your family, Paul, we know that this has been a very long journey, but we leave it all to God. We'll continue praying for the family and supporting the family in whatever way. I would want just to call the members of the judiciary here present, just to come, and so that you see us, we condole with the family. Can members of the judiciary come, the judges who are present, the honorable magistrate and staff who have come from various courts, Makadara, Kibera, Kisumu, Maseno, and courts all over the country to support this family. Can you just come forward so that we can all see you? This is the Judiciary team and the Judicial Service Commission team who have come to honor this family, to support our friend and colleague and the family. And on behalf of all of us, I will ask our senior judge here, Justice Hannah Okwengu, to say a word on our own behalf. Thank you, Judge Ombe.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Opak Ruoth Yesu. Hero uru kamana hinya. We have come here as members of the judiciary, members of the commission, to condole with our dear sister, Commissioner Emily Ominde, on the death of her dear brother. As you can see, we are very many. Normally, we would mention the names of each of us. But many as we are, it would take a lot of time. So in the interest of time, we shall not introduce each of them. But as you can see, we have judges from all levels, we have magistrates, and we have registrars, and we have judicial staff. So this is just a clear indication that Emily is very, very close with the people she works with. She's a team player. She has represented us very well in the Judicial Service Commission. And I say this knowing very well that today we are condoling her because of the death of her brother. But what we have heard about her brother just reminds us of what Emily is. Because Emily also was just exactly what we are being told about her brother. Gik mwase winjo kae kuom wi owadgi Emily. Gin gik mwanyalo wacho kuom nyamingi Emily. To magi duto nyisowa ni gin jok manene jonyuolgi nene bring gi up maber. Emomiyo gin jok mariwore gi ji. Emomiyo gin jok manyalo ywayo jok mang'eny kamae mondo gon gi mos. Waduokonu erokamano kuom rwak murwakowa. Emily and family, I know you tried your best. You worked very, very hard to see that your brother got the best health and the best medication. If it was your wish and your will, he would not have gone. But you tried your best. And finally, God said that was enough. It was time for him to rest. You wanted him healed, but God healed him in his own way, because he took away the pain that he was going through. Cancer is a disease that comes with a lot of pain. And so when God has taken away the pain, we can only say, praise be to God, and thank him for the life of your brother. It is indeed not a very easy thing to let go. The pain of separation will be there, but God will see you through. God will be with you. He will ease your pain. All we can say is just pole
and continue to pray for you, continue to pray for the family, that God will walk with you through this difficult journey. It's a difficult journey, but God knows how to ease it for you. So we'll continue praying for you and continue praying for the family. Asanteni sana wote. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Emily uminde yako erokamano. Erokamano. Wan bendi ting'o wiwa. E nyim jo kanisa ok werie wer marach, adwa wero ni ka nyako somo gima ber ahinya. Uminda luori nyako rando. I want to recognize the presence of Honorable Ruo, the magistrate Winam Law Court, bed gi kwe. Adwa naluong jaduong Isaac Oburu man or maduong dalaka mondo wachie machiek ma en go. Aeto wadhi adhia mbele, wachiegni kabisa. Kanisa mari ya isi gigedhi piyo piyo kamoko ka.
Amos ni Yeso paki. Opaki Yeso kendo. Eruse winjo nyinga. Isaac Oburu. Majanya Kachagoro. Matino dak Kabondo. To bende thoth nen Kisumo ka. An ng'ama Yeso waro. Nowara kan kijana. Kane lweny mar Second World War. Emane Yeso yuda. Monyisa richo na mayien, jaricho moloko chunya gi teko mar rembe. An or dalaka. Jaoda mani iluongo Torofosa Yeko jaduong' Daniel Olilo gi mama Deborah. Torofosa noseweya odhi yweyo kaka koro nyathiwa SAMSON bedo odhi yweyo. Torofosa emonyando luwo. En ma Samuel ne luwe. Abiro ka kod nyithinda modong' gisechung' kaeni. Bende an gi jowetena moa Kakamega, kumowaro maduong' Elijah yande noseninde, gibiro mondo wakow nyathiwa mosenindo. Jo Kakamega ka untie ka uchung' anena. Mago joka Elijah owadwa maluwo. Gin kacha chande. Dala ka jaduong' Daniel Olilo. Kabiro ka to amor gi desa. Pod gimiya luor. Kata obedo ni nyargi nosenindo kuoma. To kabiro ka to girwaka gi chunygi duto te. Man bende kamoro koro abedo mana maluor to jogo hera manade. Kuom oche maka jaduong' Daniel kachako kuom mama Rebecca giduto ne gisedhi gi jaduong' Oguso. Elekia Kelo gi Damar manya Daniel Olilo bende nosedhi giduto te. Bala gi Salome Asembo bende josedhi. Koro Susan nodhi chon, Akachi yando dhi machiegni, mago joka Dibora. Koro ane madong, to Turufosa nito osedhi. Kuom oche maka mama Dibora ane mantie kaeni. To abiro mondo atim mos ne joka osiepna mane ohera kapod wangima, Daniel Samuel Onyando gi mama Joyce nohera ahinya, kendo ne wan osiepe. Daniel nomiya wuode moro notiende, adak godo Kisumo kanyo. To nyithi Samuel duto gin osiepena. Anyalo paro ni chieng' moro kane idhi dwaro nyar Asembo, maka odhiambo Samuel nokawa mwadhi Asembo. Genruok ma kamano ok yot, anta janya kach. To nikech hera mane giherago, ka nitie gimoro to atimo kaachiel. Abiro mondo atim mos ne joka jaduong' mosenindo Samuel Onyando gi mama Joyce kuom wito nyathi manyopo tin, SAMSON ODERO nyopo tin. Ajawach ato tho tang'eyo, an be oselima mang'eny, ang'e tho ni tho to en ang'o. En jasigu. To Nyasaye timo gige owuon, nikech nosingonwa ni wabiro tho. Tho kodonjo kamoro, ok wanyal golo kosa Nyasaye. Ok wawach Nyasaye otimo marach, nikech nosewacho chon e puodho mar Eden ni tho to ubiro tho. Omiyo ka ng'ato otho, to wawacho Nyasaye otimo dwache. Koro gima akwayo ne joka jaduong' Samuel gi mama Joyce, nubed kod kwe. SAMSON osedhi ok obi duogo. Wan ema wabiro dhi kuma odhiye. Omiyo ka wabedo gi kwe kendo wayie ni tho nitie, to waket chunywa ne Nyasaye. Wadwar yo ma ka ng'ato tho to giko, what is next after death? Mane minyalo penjori ni to ka tho to bang'e to en ang'o? Koro mane ma kiseyudo answer, tiyiene Yesu ayuoth, ajaricho ayie loko teko mar rembi chieng' ma dhacham ngima nyaka chieng'. Yesu opak.
Uneno kaka dhi maber. And at this rate, I want to promise you this saa bore wang'. Wachomo iko to karach taboro gi nus. Onge ng'ama ni ka. Aluongo ji ariyo kende Ben ikri gi eulogy. Ji ariyo kende ok sani, ji ariyo. To ai ikri gi eulogy no. Ji ariyo maluongo gi to gijabedo ga gi ngeche matek. Ngero ka ok inyal loko ne ji to koro ok iwache. Iwacho wacha maler ma ji winjo. Adwa na luong sirkal mantie. Neno sirkal ka. Sirkal achiel fwa lwete to achiel wuoyo. Ok ayienu ne ng'a. Sirkal ok inyal yiero negi. Crispo. Fwane ji tae michifo wuo. Fwana fwa ji.
Ne kanisa maler to gi joywak wetewa. Ne kanisa maler to gi ne joywak wetewa. Amosou duto ni okweuru. Okweuru kendo. An machung' ka ni iluonga ni Crispo Dhiambo Andiego ma monindo ni. Ang'eyo maber kabisa. En owadwa bende gi ei dala. To awuoro kako ng'ama thuon. oyware gi tuo, to kata mana chien kanyo nitiere mane warome kode, to ok dining'e. Awuoro kaka wawito omera ma jachir. Atimo mos mathoth ne family mar jo Onyando to gi jo Kandalo duto te. Koro kae mano, an mana gi announcements ariyo kende madwa timo ka. Uneno kaka iwachona ni mondo mi afua, to winjore nikech an assistant chief mar bar A. Mokwongo, chieng' tarik 28 itimo registration mar ID cards, kitambulisho itime Buoye tarik 28. Koro ng'ata ma ose attend that age mondo mi o attend. Mar ariyo, nitie recruitment mar NYS. Recruitment mar NYS ma Karwaka, Kisumu West Sub County, biro timore Ojola, kar ofis DC kacha, tarik 13 dwe mar 1 2022. Koro mondo mi wach jonyuol man ka wach ne nyithindo mantie mondo mi giikre kik mago bagi. Erokamano.
Erokamano.
Nyasaye ber seche te. An gi nyinga iluonga ni Peter Anyange Omoth, an e chief ma North Kisumu location. Mokwongo akawo thuolo ni mar go mos ne familia ma jaduong' ma waluoro, jaduong' Samuel Onyando, kuom wuoyi ma wawito odiochieng' ma kawuononi. Kabiro ka to dwa bedo na malit mar adier, nikech kang'iyo kama Sam oninde to ok ochal ng'ama otho. E gweng' en gima lich ahinya ka wawito ng'ama chalo kamano. To Nyasaye ong'eyo gimomiyo okawo Sam gi seche manokawe godo ni. Koro en mana kwe mwakwayo ne familia ma jaduong' ni mondo gibed abeda motegno. Nyasaye mong'eyo gimomiyo mano ero timore. Mogik, nikech ok wada wacho weche mang'eny, amedo mana keto wach gima assistant chief owachono ni watimuru mondo mi chieng' moro achiel kik ywak bedie ni gima kamano ok owachi ka program mag sirikal dhi mbele. Mogik awacho kama, sani eri skul oselor, nyithindo nitie kodwa kor gweng'. To ka nyithindo nitie kodwa kor gweng', en tich ma jonyuol mondo mi ong'e kama ng'ato ka ng'ato nyathine betie. Chiemo nane liel moro, to siepna ma Patrick Lumumba nowacho wach moro. Ni en bende en assistant chief, sama ne en assistant chief no to samoro en Kisumu. To penjo mana min ot dala kucho ni to chieng' oseduogo dala ka sa oromo ne sa 2. Matiende ni ng'ato ka ng'ato nyaka kaw ting' mar rito nyathine sama otimo nade, sama skul oloreni. Nyathi ok inyal wenwa ni wene sirikal. Sirikal en in. To nyaka watim gigo mowinjore ne nyathi. Yien mochung' kane, kot kidwa notame ni kik odhi ne wang' chieng' titwe ne kidi, obiro kulore. To dakika mogik to ng'iyo malo kendo. Chalo gi nyithindo ma wan godo gi, kok inyal lose sama tin ni rito ni mondo obed maduong' ni koro ikele ka chief ni mondo chief orie. Ok riere. Janyuol ka janyuol man ka okaw ting' mar nyathine, kama wanyalo konyo, wabiro konyo kaka sirikal. Nyasaye wanyalo gik moko duto te, oritwa kendo kobiro wuok ka to wawuogi kendo Nyasaye mondo telwa. Erokamano.
Erokamano chief. Speaker mar Great County mar Europe, indala bifwane ji, indala
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony. Gijomo konge alungani Elisha Jakuraro. I'm actually not here as the Speaker of Kisumu County Assembly, but I'm here as a son of this home. Anja Kandalo, not Makolilo, Kamasam Woke. Mia Biro Manamunda Kel Kuyo Mara Makende, Eod Kisamka. Kitadoko Kamano Loganda Duto. All the people who have come to help us. Mon Sam, thank you so much. But because I've been called, I cannot miss to say 3 things. Actually, one has been said by the chief, so I'll say 2 things. One, as I was listening here, I've learned that all the speakers who have spoken here are referring to history. It's the history touching on the life of Sam. And I'm 100% sure that even the preachers who will preach here will peg their preaching on history. And that history will be based on the Bible. Because the Bible was never written today. It was written some time back. So what I'm trying to say is that history informs the future. And as we listen to the people who are giving their testimonies, they say the good things about Sam. And the only thing that we can do is to emulate what Sam did, so that one day we can have such a gathering or more as we are being escorted. Now, on the same history, we are having a conversation today about Kenya. And there is conversation on history and where we are going. But we know that history informs the future. And the question is, in whose hands are we safe? So I want to call upon each and every person who is here, that as you go back, whichever place you are coming from, ask yourself that question, that in whose hand are you safe? And I know it's Baba. Secondly, it's about COVID-19. COVID-19 is still with us. And I do not want to fault the judiciary. I'm happy that I've seen most members from the judiciary. Where I work, my work is to ensure that there is legislation and there is adherence to it. But the judiciary interprets. In 2010, we had a constitution. Personally, I have issues with Chapter 4 of the Constitution, because it gives emphasis to human rights. And our friends in the civil society and a number of activists have taken it and ran away with it. Everybody has been sensitized about human rights. But we have failed to sensitize people about obligation. In as much as it's your right to have what you want, you are obligated to do 1 or 2 things. And I say that one in reference to what is happening now, that there is COVID-19, and it has been suggested that we take vaccination, that everybody should be vaccinated. As per the government position, nobody has been forced to get vaccines. But the idea is that you cannot come to my office and risk the lives of other people. So I'm not faulting the judiciary, because they did their interpretation as per the Constitution. And the Constitution provides for rights. Gima wacho gidoluo, jodalawa, ni chik mantie sani omiyo oganda ratiro ratichgi e chapter mar 4 mar Constitution. To e ratiro no endo nitie gino nitim monego bed ni timo kaka in. Kuom ranyisi, en ratiro mari ni nyaka iyud pi. Kata ratiro mari nyaka ibed ng'ama riek modhi skul, nyaka isom. To en haki, en obligation mari ni nyaka idhi skul kokibedo iyudo puonjruok. Koro gisani iwacho ni wakaw vaccine, chanjo mar COVID-19. To jomoko wacho ni ng'eni sirikal dwa negowa. Unegi nadi? The same history I'm talking about. People who are vaccinated against measles, polio. Kasi sirikal dwa negi, ok negi diereno, masani kok dwa negi ni. The same vaccine, you are vaccinated against polio, against measles. And even in the Bible, there were diseases that came. So I want to implore, it is you, your life. Kasi kadwa negi dino negi chon mana dire polio cha, kata measles. Kaw vaccine, otherwise kibiro office tabiro wacho ni ok inyal risk life ma joma moko. Mogik kabet chief owacho. One gi aero wacho pile vijana every person man kami wuoke obed nyaminu obed owadu obed nyathiu kata ng'ama nadi. There is somebody aged between was born between 1990 and 2000. There's a problem with that group. 80% of them has serious issues. And chief put this very well. Okay, responsibility mar chief kata jotelo kata siasa mondo miwarie jogi. And responsibility mar parent ka parent mondo chak stream line nyathi mane odi kata majirani kaka idwaro. Otherwise odhi muomi. Moko na wuoyo ngisa tamo biro ni yolo. Apeni yolo ntango. You only live once. Ati mane wach kendo. So they have forgotten about obligations begi. Talk gi kore mar timo gik madhi konyo gi in future. John, can this school is almost guaranteed you'll get job. But right now we must change the discussion. And our work in Kisumu County, they are what the Lake Region Economic Bloc. There are so many things that have been happening in Kisumu County. One of them, the port. Wachakuru Timo conversation, ni how do we gain from these things rather than Timo conversation mar politics maokon. Imatin kamano ya sai mudu gwedu.
Neno nyanda dwaro ni mondo ibi som eulogy. I recognize the presence mar MCA ma Kisumu North Ward mosedonjo man kodwa ka.
Jambo wote. I'll proceed to read the eulogy for my brother. Samson Japhet Odero Onyando Omuklela in quote. I stand close to him. Samson Japhet Odero Onyando was born in Kakamega on the 25th of December 1967. He was the fifth child of the late Mzee Samuel Benjamin Onyando Lilo and the late Mama Joyce Julia Odawa Onyando of Nyahera Kandalo Village, Kisumu County. His siblings were Daniel Odhiambo, Kenneth Okoth, the late Susan Achieng, Emily Ominde, Ruth Akiji, Ronald Ngala, and Alan Ben Ochieng, that is me. Although his parents named him Japhet Odero, after his maternal grandfather, who had just passed on the same month he was born, his paternal grandfather, the late Daniel Olilo, insisted that he be named after the biblical Samson. This was because, even as an infant, he was a big-bodied boy with the traces of hair all over his body. This is the name that held throughout his life, not only as a name, but with some accompanying attributes associated with it. Our Samson was big, not only in build, but also in heart. Many who knew him can attest to that. He was a big-hearted fellow. Our Samson was strong, not only in physique, but also in will. If in doubt, ask cancer. Even though he eventually succumbed to its ravages, he grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and gave it a pretty good shake. Our Samson was God-fearing. He would always chide us for hypocritically reciting the Lord's Prayer and asking for God's forgiveness while we were incapable of forgiving those who transgressed against us. Our Samson was loving and loyal. Congregation here gathered, and all those who responded to our call for support when he most needed it, is ample affirmation. In short, our Sam was awesome. education and employment. Because of the itinerant nature of our father's employment in the early years, Sam went through a number of primary schools before finally sitting for KCPE examination at Wachara Primary School. He then proceeded to Naitiri Secondary School before transferring to Agada Secondary School, where he sat for KCSE O levels. He joined Wanjiko Secondary School, where he sat for his A levels. After his A level, Sam worked briefly at an agricultural research facility in Maseno before joining the Kenya Utalii College, where he pursued a diploma course in travel and tour operations. On graduation, he joined Kenya Airways on 14th of December 1992. He was stationed at Moi International Airport, Mombasa, where he worked in various capacities until 2017, when he was transferred to Kisumu International Airport due to health reasons. Because of persisting health challenges, he took an early retirement in November 2020. Social and religious life. Sam was a down-to-earth man of the people, a free giver and a firm believer in social justice. His cultural and political icons being Bob Marley, Alpha Blondy, Che Guevara, Nelson Mandela, and Barack Obama. Sam's friendship cut across age groups, so racial lines, religious affiliation, and socio-economic strata. His varied social relations earned him various nicknames such as Omuklela, Rairi, and Mwandale, among others. His family simply called him ODERO Word Mother, reflecting the passionate love he had for our mother. He was a man equally at home with his farm worker and the managing director at his workplace. He was embarrassingly honest and one to him or her who tried to enlist him as a co-conspirator. But most of all, he had wit at the tip of his tongue. Sam was fun, and fun was Sam. Sam loved his Bible, his religious teachers, his church, and God. When it came to his relationship with God, his religious teachers and institutions, he would always give us all, his all, spiritually, physically, financially, and materially. Final journey. Sam was diagnosed with rectal cancer in April 2016 while still working in Mombasa. The family made arrangements to fly him to India. He first underwent sessions of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, followed by a surgery, which led to his reliance on colostomy bags. The cancer went into remission after the surgery, and he stoically strived to continue with his normal life, albeit with regular checkups, both in India and locally. In April this year, he started feeling some discomfort and general ill health. After extensive examination, it was discovered that some growth, which turned out to be cancerous, was apparent in both his liver and his lungs. The doctors at Kenyatta University Teaching Research and Referral Hospital determined that he would have to undergo 12 sessions of chemotherapy before he could be put under palliative medication. Everything seemed to be going well until Thursday 9th, when matters took a sudden turn for the worse, just after he had undergone his 9th chemo session. He was rushed to hospital for close care, but unfortunately, he passed on in the early hours of Monday, 13th of December. Sam is survived by a daughter, Stephanie Akinyi. Although it hurts to have lost such a loving, caring, and reliable father, brother-in-law, uncle, and cousin in the prime of his life, we take solace in the fact that God allowed us to have a small share of him during his brief period here on earth. And as Lebanese poet, philosopher Khalil Gibran writes, "For what is to die but to stand naked in the wind and to melt into the sun? And what is to cease breathing but to free the breath from its restless tides, that it may rise and expand and seek God unencumbered. Go in peace, Omuknela. May the Almighty rest you kindly. Thank you."
Erokamano Ben. He says, Bedu ready, nephews come, one person will talk on your behalf. Nephews Magsam, Sama Bed Wuyo, Taneno aspirants Madwaro Bedo MCA, Ethuruaka. There are a number of them here. Awachunu ni Ubedgi Kwe, you are welcome here. Both Madika Dogi Madirem, Bedugi Kwe. So, we'll talk.
Amoso Unyokwe Uru. I'm here on behalf of the nephews, so I'm going to do a little bit of introduction. Kwacha Kogikai, Ilongeni Patrick Obare, the son to my auntie, brother to Angela, Auntie Susie, the late. Here we have Sam, Uncle Nga. We are so many Sam, so don't be surprised. Tutaenda ukiona tu Sam. So don't be surprised. It's something. Even the late was Sam. Iko kwa damu, tunaendelea nayo, si ndio? Tuko pamoja, si ndio? Thank you so much. So here we have Sam, Uncle Nga. We have David, the small one. David Menyaliwa Goliath. You see how short he is? But a little bit is also growing taller, as you can see. Here we have Dan, aka Makambo. We call him Makambo Gele, Mobutu Seseko. And then we have Sam over here, another Sam. He's also Sam Uncle Ben. The first male of Uncle Ben. Huyu ndio sasa Simba kwa hiyo nyumba after Uncle Ben. And then we have, this is the big Sam, the one I come after. The Sam to Uncle Ken. Na Uncle Ken is the, unaona kauna jua Lion King. Now the falme ule anakuanga zile? Mufasa. Uncle Ken is Mufasa. Now this is Simba. So yeah, we are the nephews. My name is Samuel Onyando. And as you know, Uncle Sam was a very jovial person. He was a giver. I knew Uncle Sam as an early timer. He wasn't an African timer. I remember Uncle Sam could be here from Mombasa. Ndege yake ilikuwa inafikanga. By 8, Uncle Sam is here. By 8:39, we're opening gifts. Hakuna Matata t-shirt. He bought me my first safari boots. My first cashew nuts from KQ. Nilisema, hey, maisha. Hey, it's not easy anyway. Everyone was happy. You guys, if you could remember, Uncle Sam was very jovial. He was a good giver. There's nothing negative about Uncle Sam. As people have said, he was clean. I've been with Uncle Sam to coast. I remember just juzi, we were planning, he was like, hey, by the coming January, Minta, Dashikwa Mombasa, I want you to take me around. And he just wanted to spend that 1 week with his daughter. But apparently, tunambiwa, as humans, as we plan, it's all the same way as God's plan. Sindio? All in all, we give thanks. We are told, despite everything, let's give thanks unto the Lord.
For he knows what happens. He knows reasons why these things are happening. Si ndio? Nashukuru sana kuwa na sisi hapa pamoja. May God bless all of you. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Dwani kao sama ng'eny kao kwa ng'eyo. Tiwuoyo piyo 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 kaka joko wuoyo.
God is good, and all the time. Kaka wachung enyimuni, one nieces mag SAMSON ODERO. Koro abo introduce gi. I will use English so that we can have understanding across all boards. This one is Angela Ayeko. She is the firstborn in this home. She is Auntie Susie's first daughter and only daughter. And then we have Sylvia Laura. She is the second born in this home. She is Auntie Mindy's daughter. And then we have Sylvia Odhiambo. She is the third born in this home. She is Daniel Odhiambo's daughter, and she is also my big sister. And I am Joyce Odhiambo. I am the fourth born in this home. I am Daniel Odhiambo's second daughter. And then we have Selina Onyando. She is Uncle Ken's daughter. She is the last born in Uncle Ken's house. She is followed by Stephanie, who is also a loving cousin of ours, and daughter to the late Uncle Sam. And then we have Cynthia Odawa. She is Uncle Ngala's firstborn. She is one of us. And then we have Joy and Audrey. We like to call them twins. Joy is Uncle Ben's second-born child and the only daughter, and Audrey is Uncle Ngala's last-born. And that is all of us. I don't have a lot of things to say about Uncle Sam because a lot of people have spoken so many good things about him. But one thing I can say is everyone who knows me knows that I usually tell them in our family as girls, we are lucky to have 5 fathers. And the reason why I say that is because all the uncles we have played a major role in our lives as fathers, and Uncle Sam was no different. Uncle Sam, he impacted us in so many ways. He was a very loving man, he was a very caring man, and he was a very straightforward man. I don't know if anyone here has ever gotten a chance to cross paths with him, but I had the opportunity to do so early this year. And one thing I learned is that he was a very forgiving person. For someone like me who might hold grudges for a very long time, I was surprised that by the next day he had forgotten about it and we were back to being friends. And that is one thing I will appreciate about him. Another thing is that Uncle Sam had friends cutting across all walks of life. His best friend was my dad, but his other best friend was our very young cousins. Uncle Sam had best friends from 60 years to below 5 years. That tells you the type of person he was. And we appreciate the fact that you guys took your time to come and be here with us. We will never say thank you enough. And to our sister Stephanie, we know that Uncle Sam has left big shoes to fill and we can't take up that space, but we're going to walk with you through this journey of life. You're always going to be a part of us. Thank you. Also, before I forget, Uncle Sam also had grandchildren. So there is Daniel here. He is Daniel Odhiambo's first grandson. And the lady who is making a lot of noise, which is quite understandable, is called Nara. She's Auntie Mindy's granddaughter. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sisters-in-law. As you come, Rosemary, I want to inform you that behind your house, there is a very beautiful hospital. County government ukelo yath kanyo vaccines mag nyiri matindo mag cancer. Jogweng odagi tero nyithindo kanyo. Koro mana duoko ni ne to kodi ng'e kaka ibiro timo.
Amoso uduto ni opak ruoth ne jodolo to gi wendwa te mobiro. Wan mwachung' kaeri ni wan sisters in law mar SAMSON ODERO. I just want to allow my colleagues to introduce themselves, then I'll just say something short about Sami. May they introduce themselves, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Opakruo. My name is Rosemary Onyando. Sam was my brother-in-law. I'm married to Ken Onyando, who's the second born in this home. Thank you. God is good and all the time. My name is Joyce Ngala. Sam was my brother-in-law, and I'm married to Ronald Ngala. Thank you.
Mungu yu mwema. Kwa jina naitwa Evelyn Ochieng. Mimi ndio mke wa kijana wa mwisho ambaye anaitwa Alan Ochieng. Shemegi yangu tumetupa shemegi. Mara nyingi wanasema tumetupa wakili, mtetezi wetu. Hivyo basi roho yake ipumzike kwa amani. Asanteni kwa kuwa nasi.
Thank you very much. I'm Jane Odhiambo, wife to Daniel Odhiambo, the firstborn. I'll just say this about Samson. Like she has said, like Evelyn has said, he was our lawyer. You know, he was one person who would tell you the way it is. When he's annoyed, you know. And most of the time, he was very happy. In fact, you'd hear his laughter ring from home when we are on the other side of the home. You know that is Sami. And he used to call us not by name. Nyatija Asembo, Nyatija Ugenya, Nyatijo Yala. You know, that's how he used to refer to us. We feel very sad. And then I want to say this. Most of us got a shock and said, wow, he has left a home. He has left a house. He has left. At one point, we were at that point. But then we changed. We started looking at Sami's death as something that is just a lesson to all of us. Here is Samson, who was sick, and he knew what kind of sickness. It was a 50-50 kind of affair. But he had all the strength, and he accomplished all his plans in his life. He accomplished the plan of a man. He was married, he got a child, he has a home. He has a gate. So when we look at it all, we actually just say he's our hero. Because he has proved to us that some of us who may not be having some ailment here or there, but we still think about what if? I can't put up this because what if? But Sam, in his own condition, he did all this for us to see that, yeah, you can fulfill all your plans on earth if God gives you that strength. So we thank him for that beautiful lesson he has left us with. Let us not think about tomorrow with what if. If Sam accomplished what he wanted to, this house, he's the one who designed it, and he wanted it that way. He had a gate, which means this is his home. So we thank him, and we hope to have that strength. We ask God to give us that strength. Thank you very much.
Kanyako somo gima ber ahinya. Koro watieko. Wadwa ni waluong nyathi Sam, daughter Stephanie.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Akinyi. Stephanie Akinyi Odero. I'm Sam's daughter. And my friend Maria, this is Myra, and Selena. So a lot has been said about Dad. We've all heard he was a very loving person. He was caring. He was a very strong man. He came a long way with the fight battling cancer, and he was strong. He had a very strong will, and I don't think there's anything much for me to add, but just to say that may his soul rest in peace. Yes, thank you. May his soul rest in peace. And I'd also like to just thank my aunties and uncles, cousins for standing with me during this time. And all of you for coming to bid him farewell. Thank you.
Wadhi kagima watieko. Aluongo mna the last person to aye bang'eno. The last person kaka wadhi ne to aye bang'eno. Go erokamano mwachungo ng'ama go erokamano. An ma watayo chokruogni gi Tom Aneti. Sam en wuoda mancha waherrega ahinya. To wan e joma oheroga wach. To ka koro chal kama, be wach Sam nyotamo, omiyo gima wacho onge wachna chal gi mane ji mamoko osetimo nadi, osewacho. Erokamano. Gima wacho machielo kende en ni jodalawa gik ma sirikal osekelo tin nikech pesa be tin, to magisekelo gi watigo uru. Kik waywaguru gik mapok okel to gima osekel e osiptal matoke kama. Wacho ne Rosemary, awachone nikech en always concerned about lives mag jodalawa gi. Yath kethore e toke ka mag nyiri matindo chakre higni 15 kadhi mbele mar kansa. Osiptal makani ok kwayi kata nduru, itime nono kaka machielo misayo go ji cha. Kwayou dhiuru mondo wati gi yath mantiegi, to report aduoko ni kamago oserumo, to kik kel moko nikech ji ok dwargi. Jokanisa atimonu erokamano kuom tayo chokruok kendo keto ne Sam chokruok ka. Wakwayou kaka bad maendeleo mar pinyni kod information organ, kapok ulamo ne jogi, kapok uwacho weche moko to wachonegi gaure e kanisa ni gima kama yudre kuma kama, gima kama yudre kuma kama. Ok kamano, mondo giyud basari, giyud gimoro amora, giyud gimoro amora. Omera ng'ama chandore dhi ne polo tek marach, kech ilamo ne ka mithagri kode miyal miywagi, to dhi nindo kech kochopo kacha. Kata mana an en donje e rabond jirani saro nikech nyithindo ok dinind kech ni ne ya chokruok, to konyisi miloso mari to sawa. Amen. Ominde nyayieko bi mondo iwuo gi jogi.
Amoso unduto ni okweuru. I say good afternoon to all of you that are here gathered with us to celebrate the life of my brother Sam. I would like the MC. Once I'm done, my sister Kinyi has a song. So in case I forget, please remember to call her to come and deliver her song. My name is Emily Ominde. Sam was my immediate follower, my brother and my friend. On his last days on earth, Sam lived with me in Nairobi, where he was undergoing treatment at Kenyatta University Hospital. Now, it is very difficult to eulogize Sam because he has left so suddenly. Mathematically, 1 + 1 ordinarily adds to 2, but sometimes it doesn't. When I say 1 + 1 should add to 2, I mean that when you do the best that you can, you put your best foot forward, you put your best efforts, you do it with love and care, then ordinarily you should get good results. And for some, I was expecting that 1 + 1 should add to 2 because he wasn't doing badly. Yes, when we took him to Kenyatta University, we're told it's a 50-50 chance, but they do pull through. And indeed, after the 6th chemotherapy, when we took Sam for checkup, because they told us, we will do the first 6 and then check him. And if the cancer has gone into remission, we'll then just put him on palliative care. If it hasn't, we will escalate it to the level 2 of the intervention. So when we went after six chemos, the doctors were pretty excited because the cancer was in remission. And they said, now we will not put him on the 2nd line of treatment, but we will continue with the 1st line. And in fact, we are going to reduce the chemo dosage because the cancer in the system is reducing drastically. And so there's really no need to pump so much chemotherapy in his system when he's doing well. And so we thought that our 1 + 1 would add up to 2. And in fact, for me, I knew that we had crossed this line, and my only worry was, since cancer keeps recurring, in the event that it recurs after Sam has gone into his 2nd remission, how will I persuade him and sufficiently motivate him to give him the courage and the wherewithal to go into another session? I was not worried at all, and neither was Sam. But then, as you've heard from the eulogy that Ben has read, one fine morning, things took a turn for the worst. A person who was alive and well and preparing to go to the wedding that you heard my Auntie Anna talking about, the wedding of his namesake, and we kept on talking every day. He just woke up not feeling well. He was at Ken's place because I was on safari, and they actually took him to hospital on Thursday, and they said they don't see anything untoward. It is just the chemo effects. So they said the sugar is up, yes, but that happens. Just let him take a lot of water and rest. But by Friday, Sam was not feeling any better. So they took him back, and the system was just not working. So by Saturday, Sam was semi-conscious. By Sunday, he was unconscious. They called us. They said, we don't know what is going on here, but we need to put Sam in intensive care unit as we try to stabilize him and get to understand exactly what the problem is. Because yes, the cancer is in the system, but we don't know why all these acute problems are coming up. So we agreed that they put Sam in ICU. We left the hospital at about 6 in the evening, and by 2:30 they called me to tell me they were administering CPR. We go to the hospital. I called Ken. He came. We went, and we found Sam had already passed on. So our 1 + 1, I still do not know what. We didn't get 2, but I don't know what we have gotten. Maybe one day I'll know. So, Sam, my brother, everything that has been said about him is true. But more importantly, Sam was a very brave heart with a valiant spirit, a fighting spirit. And even as you've heard that Sam was very clean and Sam was very neat, he was. When he would go for chemotherapy, maybe for 3 days, he's a bit down. But when the effects were off, you'll wake up in the morning. I'm the one who's going to work. I should be waking up earlier than Sam. You find Sam is up, he's shaving, he's generally up and about, he's trimming his nails, and he had a colostomy bag, but you would never know. A colostomy bag is because when they had to remove the rectum and they opened his large intestines which you would use instead of the rectum. He was very clean. He was very strong. He was very, very, very positive. And he was very considerate. He was a very easy patient. And, he would say, when we were just sitting chatting, he says, Mindy, they call me Mindy in the family. Apart from taking care of me, you also go to work, you have so many other things to do. And so I must be strong for you and for me too. Because if I sit here malingering, complaining all the time, you will be so stressed, you will be so demotivated, you will not have the strength to take care of me, take care of my visitors, and take care of yourself, and also discharge your duties. So, because of the way he was doing, it never occurred to me that I would be standing here today eulogizing Sam, because he just fell ill suddenly, and in a matter of 3 days he was dead. But that's okay. That is the way life is. When I was praying for him the other day, I said, Sam, we must release you because we are not your maker. It is your maker who knew how many heartbeats he allocated to your heart and how many breaths he decided you will take before you breathe your last and before your heart beats its last. And so we just have to release you, much as it is very difficult for us. So I will not add anything to what has been said about Sam because it will be repetition. But I want to thank each and every one of you personally because you've stood with us. Over the years, like you've heard, he was diagnosed in 2016. We took him to India, we kept on, and anytime we reached out to you, you never failed us. My colleagues in the judiciary, I am truly, truly honored and humbled to be part of you, and I thank you. You can see the team from Makadara is here in droves. I worked in Makadara for 7 years, and anytime Sam came from India, the first stop, the driver would bring him to Makadara. If I'm still busy, I say, let him wait in chambers, and then I'll come and we go home. And true to Sam, when I would come, he got to know all my colleagues. You find him chatting with them, he's all over the place, because he was very friendly. And there's a time I had a function in Makadara. In fact, the team reminded me the other day, when my colleagues, the magistrates, came, and everybody was introducing themselves with their court. Of course, I'm court number 1, all the way up to court number 10. Then said, he really does love Team Makadara. And so he declared himself court number 11. So I think the judiciary is here in large numbers because they've lost a lay colleague called SAMSON ODERO. I really, really thank you. Sam was very friendly. The moment Sam knew you're my friend, as you've heard, he worked at the airport, or a friend of any of us, you can never, never struggle at the airport. He would reach out to you. If he knows you, by the way, physically, and maybe you don't know him, he'd introduce himself, get to understand what your problem is, sort you out, and even give you an upgrade. If you're in economy, you will be upgraded to business or first class, whichever was available. And that is why you see that they are my friends who came here who are some special friends, because the moment he knows you, I mean, this friend or your Kent's friend or your Rosemary's friend, all these colleagues of Sam are my friends. Around, introduce, this is my sister Emily, this is my sister, this is my sister. Emma. I say those who went to school in the 70s. And you know, it just names you from nowhere. You don't really understand the name, but you have it. There was Safari Book 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a story about Emma, Bill, and the goat. So me, I was named Emma. Now, my brother, you heard the cousins, the children calling Mufasa, because he's supposed to be very curly. He was called Bigwig. You know, very important person. Sam he had names for everybody. And Sam was a friend to everybody. In this village, we call them kwege. I mean, his leopards. You know, when they're coming and you're like, oh, who are you? Oh, he tells you from wherever. Manokwaya, where donji. That is my leopard. Let him just come in. Huh? Leopard meaning that is a very good friend of his. And it cut across culture, religion, racial lines, everything. And of course, sometimes he would really annoy us with, well, some kwe. But then, after he said and done and he's seen you're all so upset, he had his favorite story of the royal in the UK who fell ill and wanted either a match, you know the way they want to match your kidney, they want to match something. So he wanted a match. And they could not get it amongst the royals. And because as a royal, an appeal was sent out. And Sam happily reminded us that the match was found amongst the poor blacks in the slums of Soweto. Just to tell us, you never know who your angels are, and you never know who will come to your aid when you are in need. And so treat everyone with kindness, with respect, with humility, with tolerance, and above all, love one another. Sam loved his daughter Stephanie completely, and Stephanie loved him too. And notwithstanding the fact that the relationship between the parents did not work, they were mature enough to co-parent Stephanie. Holidays, I remember when she was still a baby, she was put in an aircraft to go to Mombasa to see the father, and she reacted throughout the flight. You know, the way children cry in the aircraft. But after that, she settled. So it was always visiting, always coming with Steffi at home. He made sure Steffi was very close to us personally. In Nairobi, Steffi is a baby of my house. And because of that, I know that much as Steffi is devastated and broken now, the way we all are, we shall hold Steffi in that very safe, loving place so that she can grieve, mourn, and finally get on with the business of living. I was just thinking about Steffi, and I remember my dad died when I was also just about the same age, and it was devastating. Now, we lost my big sister, Susie. Actually, it started with Baba, cancer. Then my sister Susie also, cancer. Then my mother, cancer. Now Sam, cancer. And I remember when we were in Nairobi and Steffi's pastor at ACK Karen came with the youth group to minister to us. He said something that, I don't know whether to say it made sense, but he read to us Ecclesiastes. There's a season for everything under the sun. A time to mourn and a time to make merry. I don't know the exact words. And he said, take heart. These things must happen. And as a family, it is your time to mourn. It is your season of mourning. And in my mind I said, you know, the Reverend only knows about the passing of Sam, but the Reverend doesn't know about the passing of my mama, my sister, my Baba, and it has been a long season of mourning. And I thought to myself, I mean, seasons are not days or nights. Seasons are long periods of time. So we don't know when it will stop, but it is our season of mourning, and we take it with grace because that is part of the seasons of life. So, for me, I want to release my brother in peace and in love. The Reverend at AIC Milimani yesterday, after he spoke and I spoke, I said, you know, I'm the esoteric one, the philosopher in the family. Together with my brother Odhiambo and Ngala, we like philosophizing about life. And he said something that really gave me comfort. He said, you know what? We are basically spirit inhabiting this human body. And it is this spirit, now I'm saying it in my own words and in my own understanding. It is this spirit that powers our body, our intellect, our emotions. And when the spirit leaves the body dies. But spirit does not die. It goes back to the maker and it is eternal. And I like to add in all directions. And when I heard a mainstream church reverend say that, it gave me comfort. I said, well, then I'm not that crazy after all. If the church can believe that the spirit powers the body and that when the spirit leaves, we have what we call death, and the body dies, but the spirit lives forever, then I'm comforted. So I want to thank you all for coming. I thank you for standing with us over the years. I thank you for taking your time off to come and help us give our brother a befitting send-off. May God bless you each one in ways that only He knows how. So I'll now call my sister Akinyi to come with her rendition. Thank you very much.
Praise God. I'm Sam's immediate follower. And the lesson I've learned from Sam is humility, love, hope, and forgiveness. And all we can do is just to release him. I have a song for him. God be with you till we meet again. By his counsel, God uphold you. With his ship securely fold you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again. God be with you till we meet again. Need his wings securely hide you. Daily manna still provide you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again. Amen.
We are coming to an end on tributes, but we still have yet one very important person who is going to speak after the church shall have taken over from now. We would like to listen to the word of God talking to all of us who are gathered here today. And then the final person who is going to talk thereafter, before interment of the body in the grave is done. Awakwaye ji duto mondo wabed gi kwe, wachopo ge kanyo kuom sechegi to pok watieko weche mag neno. Ng'ama nitie ng'at achiel modong' chien mabiro wuoyo finally on behalf of the family. Waduoko program ne the church mondo wayud wach Nyasaye, wabende wagol michwa, kaeto the final person biro wuoyo, kaeto wadhi adhiya e burial. Wabeduru gi kwe mwasebet go no chapni obed maonge mondo wawinj wach Nyasaye. Waduoko program ne the church.
Kwa wakati huu tumefika wakati mwingine. Nataka mjue pia leaders. Kwa hiyo one elders. We have deaconess before elders. Asante. Now we have elders. We have for the congregation. Okay, we have also pastors. Na makasisi yote. Asante, hata mimi pia. Kwa wakati huu tunaenda kusimama wote na wimbo nambari 76 ili tusikie neno la Bwana. Wabiro chung kod wer namba 76 e kitabu mar wer. Kinde sechegi waore mos kwa wakati huu. Tusimame sote na tuwe utulivu sana kwa neno la Bwana.
Basi wachunguru nikeche duong' mwamiyo Nyasaye. Ka wadhi konyre kod wendni namba 76 mondo waik chunywa ne wach Nyasaye mabiro.
Ruoth ni koda e yo duto, regi morem koro.
Mane sauti wadhi kanyakla.
Ruoth ni koda e yo duto, regi morem koro. En jatenda e piny kae nyakangi mana duto. Kwegi hocha yudo kuome, hawuotho kodhen pile. Kata gima nadiyuda, Yesu norita maber. Kata gima nadiyuda, Yesu norita maber. Ruoth ni koda e yo duto, kata yo obet marach. Nokonya e temruok duto, nomiya chiemb chuny maler. Kadipo tienda dichwanyre, en ojuka gi lweta. Kariyo oheo chunya, nomiya pi mar ngima. Kariyo oheo chunya, nomiya pi mar ngima. Ruoth ni koda e yo duto, an awuoro herane. Mosesingona kayweyo dala mar Nyasaye wuora. An ayud ngima mochwere, kawuodha me piny rumo. Ruoth notelo na yo duto, nobed wenda nyaka chieng'. Ruoth notelo na yo duto, nobed wenda nyaka
pia kwa wakati huu sasa tamulika kasisi ili aje tusikia jina lake pia akitambua. Kasisi, karibu.
Amoso uni okwe uruka mora maubetie fuana uruka makunena.
Nachukua fursa hii kwa salimu nyote, hamjambo.
Enyinga ilungane Reverend Alex Otieno Owino.
Jina lake ni Reverend Alex Otieno Owino.
Anja Kobongo modak Awase.
Kutoka kule Kobongo upande za Awasi.
Dayar marka umosmara mondo miami jodala kachiel kodosiepe.
Angependa kuleta rambirambi zake za pole kwa marafiki.
Kendo daher marjiwo uni Nyasaye nitie kendo buro rito.
Na tena angependa kuwahimiza ya kwamba Mungu yupo na atawalinda.
Nekech sausa de mang'eny kabe kausa.
Vile muda umeenda hata chukua muda mrefu.
Kadwa najiura kodu matine wach Jehova Nyasaye dakika matin madhi chungo de nyimukane.
Nataka niwahimize na neno la Mungu kwa dakika fupi ambapo nitasimama mahali hapa.
Gimadwa na parni kamibet e pinyno endo.
Chenye ningependa nikukumbushe mahali ambapo umeketi.
Ni Nyasaye osetimo ni maber kendo oseriti.
Ni ya kwamba Mungu amekutendea mema na amekulinda.
Oseumi gi ng'wono maduong' ahinya.
Amekufunika na neema kubwa.
Okabiwuoyo kuom owadwa nikech en to oseweyo pinyni.
Sitaongelea kuhusu ndugu wetu ambaye tayari ametuacha.
En osedhi e piny ma ji duto te dhiye kata in mibet kani chieng' moro ni dhiye.
Ameenda mahali ambapo sisi sote tutaelekea huko. Hata wewe ambaye umeketi mahali hapa utaenda huko.
To ine madwa na wuo kodi.
Ningependa nikuongeleshe.
Tadwa nyisi ni Nyasaye ber.
Nataka nikuambia kwamba Mungu yu mwema.
Osetimo ni gik madongo.
Amekutendea makuu.
Oseumi kod ng'wono.
Amekufunika na neema yake.
Oseriti gi hera maduong'.
Amekulinda na upendo kuu.
Mana momi chal kaka ichalo no.
Ndiposa uko jinsi ulivyo siku leo.
Tadwa na parni.
Nataka nikukumbushe.
Ine kecho osetimo ni madongo.
Kwa sababu amekutendea mema ama makuu.
Onegine ber mar Nyasaye ngimani.
Ni vyema uyatazame mema ambayo Mungu ametenda katika maisha yako.
Gimomiyo dhano ong'eyo ni Nyasaye nitie kata Nyasaye konyoji.
Sababu yenye inafanya watu wakose kujua ya kwamba Mungu yupo ama anasaidia watu.
Yo kau thuolo gi Nyasaye mondo mione Nyasaye ngimani ni Nyasaye osetimo ne ang'o.
Watu hawachukui nafasi ya kujitazama ama kujirudia, watazame ya kwamba Mungu amwatendea mambo yapi.
Mane momiyo samori nyalo wuotho kibire liel kaka koro wantiere kani.
Ndiposa unaweza kuja kwa matanga kama hii siku ya leo.
To podi biro wuok e liel machalo kama kokine Nyasaye ng'wono mari.
Na bado utaondoka mahali hapa. Na bado utaondoka mahali hapa bila kuona neema ya Mungu katika maisha yako.
Tadwa na nyisi ni Nyasaye botimo ni ng'wono kendo.
Nataka nikuambia kwamba Mungu amekutendea mema.
Omi thuolo mondo iwinje wachne e liend Samson.
Amekupea fursa ili uweze kusikia neno lake katika
Eliend Samson.
Matanga ya ndugu wetu Samson.
Tadwa na nyisi uni onge gima winjo tek kaka wach Nyasaye.
Nataka niwaambia kwamba hakuna jambo ambalo linakuwa gumu kusikiza kuliko neno la Mungu.
En wach ma ji ywago mondo winji.
Watu wanatamani kuisikiza.
Ywage gi ji duto te.
Watu wote wanalilia hili neno.
Kata bisobe bende ywago ga wachni.
Hata maaskofu pia wanalilia hili neno.
Kata mana pate kaka wan kama moko nitie ma ywago wachni.
Hata wachungaji kama sisi tunalilia hili neno.
Samoro kiwache kaka kora dwa wache mbele uni tinyalo kawe mayomyo.
Inaponenwa jinsi leo tumesimama tuinene kuhusu neno la Mungu, unaweza chukua kama jambo la mzaha.
Ni donje kanisa di winjo kaka ji ywago wachni.
Lakini kama ungeenda pale kanisani ungesikia jinsi watu wanalilia hili neno.
Thuolo ma Nyasaye omini di ka thuolo ni mondo miwinje nekech samoro ne wach manyalo konyi ngimani.
Ndiposa hili nafasi ambapo Mungu amekupea, chukua muda wako uisikize kwa sababu ni nafasi. Wacha niwaeleze jinsi watu wanalilia hili neno. Unaweza pita kando na kanisa na usikie watu wakiimba. Ama ukae ndani ya kanisa na uone jinsi watu wanaimba. Yule ambaye amekaa kando yako unadhani anasifu Mungu, kumbe analilia hili neno. Analilia hili jambo akitoa machozi. Anashika nini yake akilia hivi.
To wacho ni made nyara change wach Nyasaye be dikoro wer kaka nyiri mawer ka giwe.
Anasema kwamba kama yule msichana wangu angejua Mungu, angeimba jinsi hao wasichana wanaimba.
Be ni wuoda chaunge wach Nyasaye be dikoro tingo muma kaka kijana matin yotingo muma.
Kama yule kijana yangu angejua hili neno, angebeba Biblia jinsi huyu kijana amebeba.
Moroto ywak ni debe ni dawa unge wach Nyasaye de wadak gi kwe dala.
Mwingine analea kwamba kama nyanyangu angejua neno la Mungu, tungekaa na amani kule nyumbani.
Omiyo wach Nyasaye ni wach ma ji ywago.
Ndiposa anasema ya kwamba neno la Mungu ambalo ni neno ambalo watu wote wanailia.
Komi thuolo kama to yie iwinji awinja.
Ukipewa nafasi hivi, chukua nafasi na usikie.
Ndiko kumane wasomo kitabu mar Zaburi 116.
Mahali ambapo tulisoma katika Zaburi 116
nen wer mane ng'ato bet piny to nono wach Nyasaye ngimane owuon.
Ni wimbo ambalo mtu aliweza kuketi chini na kujirudia na kutazama neno la Mungu.
Neno gik madongo ma Nyasaye osetimo ne.
Anapoendelea kutazama makuu ambayo Mungu ameyatenda.
To pako duong' mar Nyasaye.
Akisifu utukufu wa Mungu.
Mane momiya kwayi ni kami bete no iwuotho gi Nyasaye ngimani owuon mondo ine Nyasaye e ngimani.
Ndiposa ninakusihi mahali ambapo umeketi, tembea na Mungu ili uweze kuona utukufu wa Mungu katika maisha yako.
Jandiko ni chako kawacho niya.
Mwandishi anaanza akisema hivi.
Ahero Ruoth Nyasaye nikech owinjo kwayona.
I love the Lord for he heard my voice.
Adiero chiko ite ni lemona e sa asaya ma aywakne.
He heard my cry for mercy.
Nen ng'at mane nitiere kod pek e ngimane.
Huyu mtu alikuwa na uzito maishani mwake.
Kendo noywak ni Nyasaye.
Na alikuwa akililia Mungu.
Nolamo Nyasaye.
Alikuwa akiomba Mungu.
Nokwayo Nyasaye.
Alikuwa akiomba Mungu.
To nochopo kama Nyasaye nowinjo kwayone, owinjo lembe kendo owinjo ywakne.
Na ilifika mahali ambapo Mungu alisikia malilio yake, alisikia maombi yake.
Omiyo nodhi obet kamoro kakoro ng'iyo kuma Nyasaye ogole.
Akachukua nafasi kukaa mahali ambapo akitazama mahali ambapo Mungu alimtoa.
Kisomo ndiko ni to chalo ng'ama nobet dala netie yen moro ka wuothe ngimane kum gima Nyasaye osetimone.
Ukitazama maandiko haya ni kama huyo aliketi chini ya mti bomani mwake akitazama yale mambo ambayo Mungu ametenda.
Owacho ni kora hero Ruoth Nyasaye.
Anasema kwamba sasa nampenda Mungu.
Nekech owinjo kwayona.
Kwa sababu amesikiza dua zangu.
Ochiko ite ni lemona sama ywakne.
Ametega masikio yake kwa maombi yangu kila wakati nikimlilia.
Okang'eyo ni seche mibet kani biparo kuma Nyasaye osegolie.
Sijui wakati ambapo umeketi mahala hapa unatazama mahali Mungu amekutoa.
Biparo gik ma Nyasaye osetimo ngimani.
Unatafakari juu ya mambo ambayo Mungu ametenda katika maisha yako.
Biparo kinde mani moko kamoro tipo ka Nyasaye omako badi.
Unatazama mahali ambapo uliweza kukwama na Mungu akakushika mkono.
Ineno ng'wono mar Nyasaye e ngimani ni wuon.
Je, unatazama neema ya Mungu katika maisha yako wewe binafsi?
To bineno Nyasaye.
Na unaona Mungu.
Kami beteno e ngimani kanyo in kaka ino nekech Jehova Nyasaye.
Mahali ambapo umeketi uko jinsi ulivyo kwa sababu ya neema ya Mungu.
Nekech osechiko ite ne lemo mari emo michalo kaka ichalono.
Kwa sababu ametega masikio yake juu ya dua zako ndiposa ukaa.
Nekech osewinjo ywakni emomiyo in kaka inno endo.
Kwa sababu amesikia maombi yako ndiposa uko jinsi ulivyo.
Nekech osewinjo kwayo mari emomiyo Nyasaye oketi kaka ichalono.
Mungu amesikia dua zako akakuweka ukae jinsi ulivyo.
Koro negipar kendi ne ng'wono mar Nyasaye ngimani wuon.
Inakupasa utafakari na utazame neema ya Mungu katika maisha yako.
Imomiyo jo-Kristo kuoth kod Nyasaye en yo gikaw kindegi gi Nyasaye mondo gine gima Nyasaye osetimo.
Sababu ambapo inafanya watu wasitembee na Mungu ni kwa sababu hawachukui nafasi ya kutazama yale makuu ambayo Mungu ametenda.
Nyasaye osekonyi to wiyo wil gi kony ma Nyasaye osekonyi godo.
Mungu amekusaidia lakini ukaja ukasahau.
Nyasaye osetimo ni madongo to wiyo wil godo.
Mungu amekutendea makuu lakini ukaja ukasahau.
Samoro nyalo paro ni en tekrini kata riekoni kata mwandu ma intiere godo.
Pengine unaweza dhani ni kupitia nguvu zako, hekima zako ama yale ambayo unayo.
Tadwa na nyisi ni gik kanyo nekech Jehova Nyasaye.
Lakini nataka nikueleze kwamba umefika mahali hapo kwa sababu ya neema ya Mungu.
Nee gima Nyasaye osetimoni.
Tazama yale ambayo Mungu amekutendea.
Wuothe kode ngimani.
Tembea na yeye katika maisha yako.
Hali mane ng'atni nitiere
huyu alikuwa katika hali nyingine.
Owacho ni kwanade kwacho ni thone otwe ya gitonde ne.
Katika mstari wa 3 inasema kwamba the cords of death entangled me.
Kendo masiche magliel noluora. Kendo masiche magliel noluora.
The anguish of the grave came over me.
Parruok kod kihondko nomaka.
I was overcome by distress. I was overcome by distress and sorrow.
Mane ekama ne ng'atni ne nitiere.
Hapo ndipo mahali huyu mtu alipatikana.
Koro kane Nyasaye osegole kama tek mane nitiere mano paro no dhi ngimane koro dhi rumo kata paro ni koro segikne.
Wakati Mungu aliweza kumwepusha na yale mambo ambayo yalikuwa yanamfinya,
to koro dhi obet koro neno Nyasaye kendo neno kuma Nyasaye ogole.
Akachukua nafasi ya kuketi na kutazama mahali ambapo Mungu amemtoa.
Kasto owacho gik mano wacho malo ka koro wacho gimomiyo ohero Jehova Nyasaye.
Alafu anasema ni sababu yapi anafanya apende Mungu.
Dinye kama Nyasaye ogolie.
Je, umejua mahali ambapo Mungu amekutoa?
Dinyeyo kama Nyasaye nomake badi mana kaka na wacho mokwongo.
Je, unajua mahali ambapo Mungu alikushika mkono jinsi nilisema ya kwanza?
Ma gimomiyo ng'atni wacho ni ohero Jehova Nyasaye.
Hii ndio sababu huyo anasema kwamba amependa Mungu.
Kose wacho kaka ne entiere.
Akishasema jinsi alivyokuwa.
To kwana ng'weno wacho ni eka ne ayuak ni Ruoth Nyasaye ka wacho ni ya.
Ndipo katika mstari wa 4 anasema, then I called on the name of the Lord.
Kowacho ni ahombi Ruoth Nyasaye ye iresa.
Lord save me.
Mano kende lamo mane ng'ani olame ngimane kinde mane omoke.
Hilo ndilo ombi huyu aliweza kuomba wakati alikabiliwa na changamoto.
Yoko lamo mabor.
Hakuomba maombi marefu.
Yoko wacho gik mang'eny.
Hakusema mambo mengi.
Wacho mana ni Ruoth Nyasaye ahombi ye iresa.
Bali alisema ya kwamba Mungu unirehemu.
To Nyasaye ne orese.
Na Mungu akamrehemu.
Nyasaye osetimo ni madongo.
Mungu amekutendea makuu.
Samoro ni moko kamoro to Nyasaye okonyi makata lamo mane lamo wiyi osewil godo kamine ni beteni.
Labda ulikwama mahali lakini Mungu akakuokoa hata ukaja ukasahau yale maombi ambayo uliomba nyakati hizo.
Tato baro nini ka ukinde nine kaka Nyasaye osetiyo ngimani mondo konyi mondo iwuoth kod Jehova Nyasaye.
Lakini nataka nikukumbushe kwamba chukua fursa yako, utazame yale ambayo Mungu ametenda ili uweze kutembea na Mungu.
Nyasaye oseriti.
Mungu amekulinda.
Ahero ga nyiso jo Kristo.
Mara nyingi huwa naambia Wakristo ya kwamba ukitaka kujua kwamba Mungu amekubariki na amekulinda, tazama rika zako, tazama yale mambo ambayo yamo katika maisha yao. Utaona ya kwamba wewe Mungu amekutendea mema. Utaona ya kwamba uko na mahali pako. Uko hata na boma lako. Na labda rika zako wengi waliweza kupotoka. Wengine hata wamekuwa maadui ya watu. Wanapokuona ukikuja wanaweza sema kwamba huyu ni msichana wa fulani, wacha apite kwa sababu ni msumbufu. Lakini wewe Mungu amekuweka mahali ambapo watu wakikuona watasema kwamba huyu ni kijana wa fulani, wacha ni mgoje hata tukasalimiana. Labda ni msichana wa fulani, wacha ni mgoje hata tukasalimiana. Hawezi kuona yale ni makuu ambayo Mungu amekutendea. Rika zako wengine watu wanawaepa, lakini wewe watu wanakusalimia. Watu hawatendi hivyo kwa sababu wewe yu mwema kuliko wengine, bali ni kwa neema ya Mungu. Tazama jinsi Mungu amekulinda. Ameweza kupiga hatua na wewe hata ukafika kwa hatua nyingine. Ukawa msichana wakati mwingine, lakini Mungu akakutoa katika usichana ukawa mama. Akakutoa hapo kwa umama akakuweka kwa rika ya nyanya.
In kijana ibe Nyasaye nogolika moro ketika molo miluongi ni wuoro.
Hata wewe kijana Mungu akakutoa mahali ukawa kijana ukaitwa baba.
Ochako golie wuoro jomoko luongi ni kwaru.
Hata akakutoa katika hali ya ubaba ukawa kuka.
Eka kumibeti podo kinyal neno ng'wono mar Jehova Nyasaye.
Na hata jinsi hivyo bado hauwezi kuona yale neema ambayo Mungu ametenda.
Onyane one mane ng'wono ma Nyasaye otimo ni maduong' monegi duogir Jehova Nyasaye kendo mondo miwuoth kode.
Si unaweza ona hayo ya kwamba ni neema ya Mungu ambapo Mungu amekutendea. Ni vyema ujirudie Mungu.
Mondi meditio na kendi wengi manie lwete mondo meditingi malo.
Ili uweze kuendelea kumtumikia na aweze kuzidi kukuinua.
Nyasaye to ber jowadwa.
Mungu yu mwema wenzangu.
Kiwuotho kode to in ng'at mantiere kod konyruok.
Ukitembea na yeye wewe ni mtu ambaye ni afadhali machoni pa watu.
Mane momiyo kwana bicho wacho niya.
Ndiposa katika mstari wa 5 anasema hivi.
Ruoth Nyasaye ber kendo ng'won.
The Lord is gracious and righteous.
Adier Nyasachwa en jakech ji.
Our God is full of compassion.
Yani kamobeti to neno ber mar Nyasaye kendo neno ng'wono mar Nyasaye ngimani owuon.
Huyu mahala ambapo ameketi anaona neema ya Mungu na uzuri wa Mungu katika maisha yake.
Kendo neno ni kare Nyasaye jakech ji adier.
Tena anaona ni kweli Mungu anaweza kuhurumia watu.
Adwa nyisi ni Nyasaye osekonyi to gimoro emnie na chiel kende.
Nataka nikueleze kwamba Mungu amekusaidia na jambo moja tu ndio imekosa.
Ni okiseka uthuolo ni mondi wuothe ngimani mondi ne ber mar Jehova
Nyasaye. Ni kwamba haujachukua nafasi ya kujirudia katika maisha yako na kuona mema ambayo Mungu ametenda.
Ngimane moneno mana ber mar Nyasaye.
Huyu alijirudia katika maisha yake na akaona uzuri na wema wa Mungu.
Wuothe to neno ng'wono kod kech mar Nyasaye.
Amerudi katika maisha yake na akaona neema ya Mungu.
Mane momiyo kwana uchielo wacho niya.
Ndiposa katika mstari wa 6 anasema hivi.
Orito joma ok nyal konyore kendgi.
The Lord protects the unwary.
Kasto timo neno.
Alafu anatoa ushuhuda. Aliniokoa nikiwa katika dhiki. Na ni kweli Mungu amekusaidia. Na kila mmoja aketie hapa anaweza shuhudia jinsi Mungu amekusaidia. Jambo ambalo nakuuliza ni hivi. Anapokusaidia hivyo, ni kwa sababu gani hauwezi kutembea na Mungu? Ni kwa sababu gani saa zingine moyo wako inadhoofika? Kwa sababu gani unaacha neno la Mungu? Kwa sababu gani hautaki kujitoa kwa sababu Mungu yuko. Hakuna yule mwema ambaye kama ingekuwa kwamba mwanadamu ndiye anakulinda jinsi Mungu anakulinda. Mwanadamu anaweza kukuweka kama mahabusu. Atakwambia kwamba chenye anataka ndio utafanya. Atakwambia kwamba kama hauwezi kufanya mapenzi yake atakukatizia hewa. Usipofanya matendo ya mapenzi yake atasimamisha damu yako. Usipofanya mapenzi yake atamaliza maji katika mwili yako. Mungu wetu ni mwaminifu. Mungu ni mwaminifu, anakulinda. Hata ingawaje unamtoroka yeye anakulinda. Hata uone uzuri wake anakulinda. Lakini Mungu anataka uone uzuri wake ili umrudie. Jambo ambalo inakupasa utoke naye mahali hapa ni ya kwamba kumbe ni Mungu amekulinda na akakufikisha mahali umefika na uko jinsi ulivyo. Ndiposa huyu anasema katika mstari ya 9 kwamba that I may walk. Sorry. Kwa sababu jinsi hii Mungu yu mwema. Kwa sababu hii Mungu amemsaidia. Anasema hivi, that I may walk before the Lord in the land of the living. Wewe yu hai wakati huu. Ndugu wetu ameenda katika ule mji ya watu ya wafu. Wewe mzima uko mahali hapa. Huyu sasa anafanya agano na Mungu akisema kwamba sasa nataka nitembee katika nchi hiyo. Kwa sababu Mungu amekupea fursa ukaona siku ya leo. Mungu anataka ili utembee na yeye katika nchi ya katika nchi ya walio hai. Dunia hii hakuna raha ambayo mtu anaweza fanya. Mjeni kwa Mungu ambapo kunao mazuri yote. Utakapokimbilia Mungu atakuweka mtu ambaye ustadi. Ukikimbilia Mungu utakuwa mtu wa maendeleo katika maisha yake. Ukikimbilia Mungu atakufanya mtu ambaye amependeza. Ukikimbilia Mungu, Mungu atalinda maisha yako. Nataka niongeleshe kila mmoja katika umri lolote ulo, ya kwamba jambo ambalo linasalia ni kutembea kwa Mungu kwa dunia hii ambayo tunayoishi. Mahali pa kuponyoka ni kwake Mungu. Ukitaka kulinda ujana wako, ukitaka kulinda usichana wako, ukitaka kulinda ubaba wako, ukitaka kutunza umama wako, tembea mbele ya Mungu katika ulimwengu ya walio. Ili neno ambalo tunaitangaza ionekane katika maisha yako. Neno la Mungu linaonekana. Alisikizwi. Unapotembea katika neno hilo watu wataiona. Hata mahala ambapo utaketi watu wataona neno hilo katika maisha yako. Utatembea jinsi gani katika neno? Watu wataiona namna gani kwa maisha yako. Kabla haujaona uzuri na wema wa Mungu ambao kwa nafasi yako uweze kuona uzuri na wema wa Mungu. Utajua kweli Mungu ni Mungu. Na atakufanya utembee katika ulimwengu ya walio hai. Baada ya kuona uzuri wa Mungu katika maisha yake, katika maisha yake huyo anajiuliza swali ambapo nashangaa siji kama hata nawe pia umewahi kujiuliza swali hili. Anajiuliza hivi, what shall I return to the Lord for his goodness to me? What shall I return to the Lord for all his goodness to me? Wenzangu, wewe yu hai. Tulikuwa katika ziwa an island, Highland. We've been on an island of COVID-19. Na jinsi tunavyoketi mahala hapa tunajua kwamba kuna maboma mingi sana ambayo yaliweza kufungwa. Yeye anayehubiri aliweza kuzika mmoja wa washiriki ambaye alikufa pamoja na bibi yake siku moja kwa sababu ya corona. Yeye bado angali hai. Wewe bado ungali hai. Unaweza tembea, unaweza tenda kazi zako.
atim gima kama mitim.
Mungu amekupea wazo nzuri, unaweza tenda kitu ambacho umefikiria utende.
Ng'atni nobet piny mos koro neno ber mar Nyasaye ngimane, owuotho gi Nyasaye ngimane.
Huyu aliweza kujirudia na kutazama uzuri wa Mungu na kutembea na Mungu katika maisha yake.
Nanyiso ni kasomo kitabu ni to ng'atni chalo ng'ama nobet etie yien moro e dalane koro kong'iyo rangach.
Niliwaambia kwamba nikisoma kitabu hiki ni kama huyu aliketi katika bomani mwake chini ya mti akitazama lango kuu lake.
Ochalo ng'ama nobet kama koro ng'iyo rangach.
Aliketi hivi anapotazama lango kuu.
To kong'iyo koni to oneno ka yawuoti ogero simbni kendo koni yawuoti ogero simbi to kong'iyo diere ka to oneno ka nyikwayo ringo.
Akitazama pande wa kushoto anaona manyumba za vijana yake.
To kobet piny to oneno ng'wono mar Nyasaye.
Na anapoketi chini anaona neema ya Mungu.
To koro penjo nang'o madachiwne Ruoth Nyasaye kuom ber duto mosetimo.
Na sasa kupitia hayo anajiuliza kwamba ni nini naweza kumpa Mungu kwa sababu hayo. Wewe ujiulize mahali ambapo umeketi.
Nyasaye osekonyi.
Mungu amekusaidia.
Nyasaye oseriti.
Mungu amekulinda.
Samoro itiyo miritaya.
Saa zingine ulifanya kazi hata ukaretire.
Samoro colleagues gimani tiyo godo moko nobedo interdicted, moko be nowe tich gi e kore.
Pengine wale ambao ulifanya kazi na wao waliweza kufukuzwa kazini, wengine wakaacha kazi hapo katikati.
Binene ng'wono mar Nyasaye.
Unaona neema ya Mungu kweli.
Iye mbese gimani dongo godo kaka chal.
Hebu tazama rika zako jinsi walivyo.
Ibineno ng'wono mar Nyasaye.
Je, unaona neema ya Mungu kweli?
Samoro in ng'ama wari nyalo wuotho ne Jehova Nyasaye.
Labda wewe ni mwokozi ambao yuko hapa, unaweza tembea kwa Mungu. Unaweza ona neema ya Mungu.
Isepenjori penjo machalo kama.
Je, umejiuliza swali kama hili?
Jomoko neno ng'wono mar Nyasaye to wacho ni nyithinde makonya emomiyo chalo kaka chalne.
Wengine ingawaje wanaona neema ya Mungu, lakini wanasema kwamba ni kupitia watoto wangu ambao wananisaidia.
Ni teach na mateke emomiyo an kaka an.
Wengine wanasema kwamba ni kupitia kazi yangu ngumu
chopo kama chopene.
Wengine wanasema ni kupitia hekima yangu ndiposa nimefika mahali hapa.
Sini chopo kanyone kechi ng'wono mar Nyasaye.
Lakini nikukumbusha kwamba umefika hapo kwa sababu ya neema ya Mungu.
Mane emomiyo ng'atni wacho ni ang'oma da chiwne Ruoth Nyasaye kuom ber duto mosetimo.
Sasa huyu anasema kwamba ni nini naweza kumpa Mungu kwa yale yote ambayo ametenda. Unaposoma mstari wa 13, 14, 15 anahesabu yale mambo ama yale vitu ambavyo anafaa apeane kwake Mungu. Katika mstari wa 13 anasema kwamba I will lift up the cup of salvation and call on the name of the Lord. I will fulfill my vows to the Lord in the presence of all his people. Katika mstari wa 16 anasema jambo lingine ngumu sana. Anasema kwamba truly I am your servant, O Lord. I serve you just as my mother did. You have freed me from my chains. Huyu mahala ambapo anaketi bado nashangazwa nikisoma maandiko haya. Kwa sababu anajiuliza ni mambo yapi ambayo anaweza peana kwa Mungu. Yale mema Mungu ametenda. Katika mstari wa 16 anasema kwamba mimi ni mjakazi wako Mungu. Anasema kwamba nitakutumikia jinsi mamangu alikutumikia. Wamama ni changamoto kwenu nyinyi ambao mmeketi mahala hapa. Hebu sikia jinsi huyo anavyoongea. Anasema kwamba nataka kutumikia Mungu jinsi mamake alitumikia Mungu. Ni kama walipitia maisha za shida sana, lakini alikuwa akisikia maombi mamake akiomba. Saa zingine mamake alikuwa akimtaja katika maombi yake, Mungu saidia mtoto wangu fulani. Ndiposa Mungu alipomfumbua macho na akamweka mahali, akaanza kutazama uzuri wa Mungu katika maisha yake. akakaa mahali,
openjore na ngoma jana chiune Jehova Nyasaye,
anajiuliza ni nini nitapeana kwa Mungu.
Toparo ni kare mama chanel tiune Nyasaye kama,
na anakumbuka ya kwamba kumbe mamangu alikuwa akitumikia Mungu jinsi hii. Nataka kutumikia jinsi mamangu alikutumikia.
Mama man kadwa na penjo.
Mama ambaye yuko hapa nataka nikuulize.
Iparo ni wuotho kod Jehova Nyasaye.
Je, unadhani unatembea na Mungu?
Okang machieng moro ka nyathini moro kata nyakweri moro Nyasaye oyao wange.
Katika kiwango ambacho wakati mmoja Mungu atakapofumbua macho ya kijana wako mmoja.
Okakoro neno ber mar Nyasaye to nyalo wacho ngimane nadwa tiyo ne Nyasaye kaka ne mamu tiyo ne Nyasaye.
Anapotazama mazuri na mema ambayo Mungu ametenda katika maisha yake, anaweza sema kwamba nataka nitumikie Mungu jinsi mamangu alitumikia Mungu.
Iwuotho ne Nyasaye nade?
Je, unatembeaje kwa Mungu?
Ina ja Kristo madhi kanisa Jumapili.
Ama wewe ni Mkristo tu ambaye kila Jumapili unaenda?
Ina ja Kristo matingo muma.
Wewe ni Mkristo tu ambaye anabeba Biblia?
Ina ja Kristo kod nying.
Wewe ni Mkristo tu kwa jina?
Ya watine Nyasaye.
Jameni, tutumikie Mungu.
Chiungimani ne Nyasaye.
Tujipeane kwa Mungu.
Nyasaye umedindalo ekindeni.
Wakati Mungu amekupea nafasi.
Piny moner mumi thuolo mondo idageni.
Katika huu ulimwengu wa shida ambao umepewa fursa ya kuishi. Peana maisha yako ambapo utakapoiacha.
Kata chieng moro Nyasaye oyao wang nyathini moro kata wang nyakweri moro.
Ama siku moja Mungu aweze kukubariki ama kubariki kijana wako mmoja.
Oneno.
Lakini huyu anatoa ushuhuda. Kwa sababu Mungu amenitendea makuu. Amenitendea mazuri. Amenifumbua macho. Amenifanya nikaa mtu. La muhimu ambao nataka nifanyie Mungu ni jinsi mamangu aliweza kumtumikia. Wacha Mungu awabariki wenzangu. Lakini utazame jinsi unavyotumikia Mungu atakapokupea neema na ufike mahali kwako ambako ulikotoka. Ukikaa chini katika boma lako na utazame jinsi Mungu ametembea na wewe. Utazame yale ambayo Mungu ametenda. Endelea kuomba Mungu ya kwamba Mungu endelea kutembea na mimi. Mungu awabariki watu wa Mungu. Neema ya Mungu iwe pamoja nanyi. Mungu awabariki. Asante.
Haya, hilo ndilo neno. Sasa uchaguzi wako. Kwa hivyo tunaenda kuomba, alafu tunaenda kutoa sadaka. Mchungaji, omba.
Basi jonya sachwa Nyasaye osewuoyo kodwa. Kendo mage weche moda parnwa kawuono ni watem wadoge ngima wane gik madongo ma Nyasaye osetimo. E dala mwabire ni Nyasaye osetimo gik madongo. Kendo jowetewa gin kaka gini nikech ng'wono ma Nyasaye mwawinjo ka. Koro kwadok kumwanwa ae wane uru ng'wono ma Nyasaye osetimo ne ng'ato ka ng'ato. Walam Nyasaye. Baba wetu Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakushukuru. Ni kweli ulituandaa ili tuweze kusikia sauti yako. Umenena pamoja nasi Mungu kupitia mtumishi wako. Umenena pamoja nasi Bwana kupitia neno lako. Tunasema ni asante kwa neno hili. Ni kweli Jehova, katika maisha yetu umetenda mengi. Umetenda makubwa. Umetupitisha katika mambo ambayo hatungeweza tukiwa peke yetu. Baba, ukaweza hata kutuinua kutoka mavumbini, ukatufanya tuwe watu ambao wanaweza onekana machoni pa ulimwengu. Bwana, ukatuinua na ukatuweka mahala ambapo tuko leo hii. Mungu, imegharimu mkono wako. Kwa hakika tunasema ya kwamba imegharimu mkono wako. Endelea Bwana kutubariki, endelea Bwana kututengeneza jinsi upendavyo. Bariki kila mmoja ambaye alifika mahali hapa. Bariki neno lako Bwana ambalo umenena pamoja nasi. Bariki familia hii Bwana ambao kwa wakati huu umewachwa na mpendwa wao. Mungu, tunaomba ya kwamba wacha neno lako lipate nafasi katika maisha yetu. Tunapoendelea katika kikao hiki Bwana, upate kutukuzwa na kuinuliwa. Na ni kwa Yesu Kristo ninaomba nikiamini. Amina.
Kwaya sasa. Kwaya. Chorus.
Kayalo serumo. Koro wagolo sadaka. Mich ma in go mibiro ywago godo joka Samuel Onyando. Wagoluru. Okete ginene besen moro kacha moro nika. We just walk and we bring our glory. We have two traps here, one there and the other one here, so that we do faster, and then we have the last speaker speak, and then we go to the burial. Please welcome. Jo kwaya nyalo wer muimbe ikiwa watu wanaleta sadaka yao.
Yawangima manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Yawachang manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Yawangima manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Gima manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Yawachang manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Chang manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Gima manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Uno manie polo e maber moloyo mar piny. Sayunatione no signe dala. Egi mama no signe dala. Egi mama no signe dala. Egi mama no signe dala. Wana mora mora. Wana mora mora. Loto wana mora mora kwa tunde. Wana mora mora. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Epolo wana mora mora. Mora mora. Loto wana mora mora kwa tunde dala. Mora mora. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Epolo to wana neja warwa. Neja warwa. Loto wana neja warwa kwa tiyo. Wana neja warwa. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Epolo to wana mora mora. Mora mora. Loto wana mora mora kwa tunde dala. Mora mora. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Epolo malaika romonwa. Malaika romo. Loto malaika romo kwa donjo. Malaika romo. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Epolo to wana mora mora. Mora mora. Maloto wana mora mora kwa donjo dala. Sama Yesu tena mbele tuandu tuwana bange. Hallelujah. Ngima lomba. Ngima lomba to ngima polo lomba. Ewanu atiyo ngima ya ngima lomba. Ewanu atiyo ngima lomba ngima pola dwaro. Ewanu atiyo ngima atiyo neso. Ewatiyo neso jakonyi mani malo. Atiyo ngima watiyo neso. Ewatiyo neso jakonyi mani malo. Tiyo nengi mawa engi malomba. Yawangi malomba dongi mapolo lomba. Tiyo nengi mawa engi malomba. Yawangi malomba dongi mapolo lomba. Tiyo nengi maya ibena Yesu. Yali ibena Yesu jakonyi mani malo. Tiyo nengi maya ibena sana. Yali ibena sana jakonyi mani malo. Tiyo nengi mawana dedi nadi. Yawapam ni nadi jakonyi mani malo. Tiyo nengi mawana paki nadi. Yawapaki nadi jakonyi mani malo. Tiyo nengi mangi kinade. Anapaki nade jakonyi maradiera. Nengi malomba. Oh nengi malomba nengi mapolo lomba. Nengi werne Yesu. Awerne Yesu jakonyi maradiera. Nengi malomba. Oh nengi malomba nengi mapolo lomba.
Erokamano Uru. Thank you for the part that you have just played. We are coming to an end for this ceremony that was here on this ground. We had one speaker to speak finally, and then we just go for burial there. I want to call upon the firstborn in the family of Samuel Onyando, that is Dan Odhiambo, who has got the last message, and then we hand back to the church now to go and take us to the burial. Dan, welcome. Wabedu rumos mondo wachikuru yitwa Dan dawuoyo kaka ng'ama duong' e dala ka. En ema en gi wach mogik kae to waduoko ne kanisa to terowa mana e burial.
Kata gode no ringi koneno wang'e, koneno wang'e, koneno wang'e, kata gode no ringi koneno wang'e, koneno wang'i Yesu, kata liete no bare koneno wang'e.
Nyasaye kony, 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 kony. Okay. Mosuru. Maembe cha. Unene. Maembe no nie dala na. Maembe no. Odero ne luongo ni command center. Nikech buo maembe no. Ema ne wa make decisions from 2016. Odero ni en omera. Odero ni ne en wuoda. Oa kode mabor. Oa kode mabor. Ne en osiepna. To ne en jiranda. Bro wuoyo. Gima dwa wacho tang'eyo to seche moko gibro gwenyore. Comment center no ema ne wabete godero kanipango kaka igero ode no. Dirise go duto wang'e dala na kanyo. To gima lit na achiel kuom gik malit na ni kane igero odno kung'iyo to nitie komokete sanduku no nitie steps ma idho malo. Nogero odno gi steps go. To kane osechopo malo to Odero owuok e dalawa koni. To kalo kanyo to bire command center. To wachona ni noluongega ni jaduong' kata jakom, ok jakom ma JAKOM, JAHKOM. Green, yellow, red. Mago ne colors ge. Odero the Rastaman. Wachona ni jakom. Steps gi to oger maber ndi. Tibro ket balustrade mimao kama kiidhogo kwadhi e ot. To koro kapona leng'o lewa, ji bro riyore nadi koting'a ka gi sanduku kiidhogo tera e ot. Ae to wacho ni odwa ni mondo ketne step mochiko ot ma ji mang'eny nyalo donjogo. E kama ne steps moko nowuok moluoro. Flashback. December 2nd, 2016. India. Wasemondo e osiptal. Saa 12. Owachna ni surgery chakore saa 3 mosebedo prepared. Mutere nyake theatre. Kirwake to the surgeon owachona ni abed e waiting room kik awuogi until the theatre nurse owachona ni koro anyalo wuok. Ne wawuok e hotel saa 12. After 1 hour, theatre nurse owachona ni koro inyalo dhi. Isemadho chai podi? Have you had your breakfast? No. This saa 4. Koro inyalo dhi. To wena namba ni. In case of any emergency, agochoni. Adok e hotel. I ordered for breakfast. To mabet piny, kata kapok achako ni, taneno ka simu ywak. To kang'iyo, to en theatre nurse. Now between the hotel and the hospital, ne nitie one-way road mane ponga gi traffic. Ng'wech mana ringo between traffic gi jo India mong'e hooting. Kachopo piny, the theatre was on the 3rd floor. Kachopo, taneno ka lift moro kore kadhi. There were 3 lifts. Lift moro near 3rd floor. Lift moro aneno ka duogo, to karita taneno kochung' e 2nd floor. Awacho ni ma ok ariti, odero dhi. Ng'wech. Stairs. Kachopo 3rd floor, taneno ka Dr. Rita e dho theatre. Awacho ni maiye, abiro timora nade kuma bor ni. Kech nowacho ni ka en emergency e kibiro luonga. To ne wacho ni bang' kwaseng'iyo position ma cancer ni nitie, your brother will have to live. No, your son, ne giluonge ga ni wuoda. Your son will have to live with a colostomy bag for the rest of his life. Saa 4, adok e waiting room. Mana bet nyaka ne surgery orumo saa 9. Viano will give breakfast, lunch, whatever. Kane serumo, tadhi nene, tere ICU. To kadonjo, to India irwako the mask, irwako gudu moro, irwako kidonjo e ICU, some gown, ma ng'ato ok ding'eyi. Tadhi tayudo kotetni. Otetni, to sweat, to ume gi bedsheet kende. Tawacho ne the doctor in charge, ito dak ume maber, nikech o sweat. We don't do that. Weya kamano. Koro kasodu bute, to mako lweta, sike. Penjo no this and side. Tanyise, koro en about 6, and saa 12. To donge kore kane wan kodi gokinyi sani, en saa 12 nade. Temo pimo ne. Ni an awinjo ka ng'ato wuoyo, to awe ni kore ka chiewo. To tamore lweta. Ma dokta ema nogolo lweta e lweta. Kiny ka dok nene, manang'e ni sami oduogo. Ne nitie mwindi moro be notimne surgery e bathe, oninde bathe. Pod gin e ICU. To mwindi no ywagore. Oywagore mani loke, to nang'o. To dero nyiero wacho no this ne. Ma koro to timore nade ni ka. An donge an be nyotimna mana surgery ka en. To en to koro ne kako odhere. Emomiyo wainde yomyo. Awacho ni mano sami oduogo. Nikech ne en ng'at ma weche ge mit kamano. Wawuotho kode mang'eny tuone ni. Ae to sami o retire. An jaduogo dala ka. Wuoyi ni onge. En e tich. En e pod tiyo. Ji onge dala ka. To kata kane pok o retire. Command Center. Seche moko kuol ahinya. To yudo ka bet e kom. To kelo mtoka e bathe kama koro en waloso kode en e mtoka waloso gi dirisha. Olit. Command Center dog nono. Literally every day. Ndalo moko dhi India kende for checkups. To koloro airport to biro nyaka Command Center mondi. Kore kodok dala. To biro kacha wabet. Sawa tu. Somna.
Abra some vote of thanks on behalf of Odhiambo. Who did for us the funeral service in Nairobi. We also wish to thank the oncology staff, particularly at the Kenyatta University Hospital. They were wonderful. They loved some and some loved them. We never lined up for everything. After the first session, they came to know some knew everybody in the ward. So when we came, they just, oh, Samson. When some passed on, I got many calls from them just to condole with us. I want to give special mention of Professor Olive Mugenda, who is the head of, the chairman of the board, Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital. When this cancer occurred, we were prepared to take some to India again, and then the Delta virus happened, and the borders were closed, and we didn't know what to do. And I talked to her, and she told me, bring some. We will give him the best care possible. And that is exactly what they did. So as a family, special thanks to Professor Olive Mugenda of Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. We want to thank All Saints Cathedral for not just giving us a room where we held our meetings, but also ministering unto us throughout the period of preparations. We want to thank the funeral committee in Nairobi. They did an excellent job. They are wonderful people. Some died on Monday, and we have buried them in less than 10 days. And because of them, we have been able to do all that and bring some home to this decent send-off. We thank you very much. We want to thank the funeral committee at home, with whom we are liaising very closely. We were in Nairobi with Ken and Rosemary, and the rest were here for the work that you did. We want to thank you very, very much. We want to thank some friends and former colleagues of Kenya Airways. You've heard that some retired in 2020. This is almost a year down the line, and they have come to commiserate with us in our hour of grief. Those were very good colleagues. We thank you. We want to thank friends and family. Like we said, this has been a journey from 2016. And any time now when we would get overwhelmed, we would call unto you for assistance, and you never let us down. You came in a big way. Friends, family, Nyahera, game, colleagues, we thank you very, very much. We want to thank the caregivers. Nyalego, I have a Nyalego in Nairobi. Then there's Nyalego here at home. Then we have Doris. Those are people who are taking care of, helping us to take care of some. We thank them very much. We want also to especially mention Ben's wife, Evelyn Ochieng. She has gone beyond everything, just to make sure that some, whenever they were here at home, they were comfortable, though he was well taken care of. She did not spare anything, and we thank her very much. I also want to thank a gentleman called Okelo. I have not seen Okelo yet. Okelo is the gentleman who was Sam's farmhand. I want to thank him for just being there to make sure that the home is clean and everything Sam wanted was done. And of course, last but not least, let me thank you all again for coming to help us give Sam his final send-off. May God bless you each one. Thank you.
Kwa wakati huu sasa tumefikia ukingoni wa siku ya leo. Huzuni sana tuache, kwa maana tumekuja kwa faraja ili tuwawache hawa kama wako na nguvu za kutosha za Bwana. Sasa kwa wakati huu nitamwita Kasisi George Owuor achukue nafasi hii ya kuelekea mahali.
Ni wakati ambayo sasa tunaenda kuweka ndugu yetu mahali ambayo atangoja ufufuo ya wafu. Kwa hivyo tutaenda hivi, tutachukua mwili pale, sisi kama kanisa tukitangulia na familia yatatufuata. Alafu nahitaji wale ambao ni wangwana ambao watabeba Sam. Bwana sifiwe. Wangwana wale ambao watafanya hiyo kazi kwa unyenyekevu na ile heshima yote, ili tumpatie heshima ambayo anastahili. Mimi naitwa Reverend George Owuor. Yesu ni Bwana wa maisha yangu. Na baada ya kuokoa
Diko wang'eyo ni karingrewa ma en kiro mwadak e piny kani omuki, to wan gi ot ma Nyasaye osegeronwa e polo. En ot mosiko nyaka chieng' ma ok oger gi lwet dhano. Osemuk kiru, ringruok ni iluonge ni kiru. Imuke. Ka muya mar Nyasaye owuok timuke. Paulo wacho wach moro motamo jothurwa ka winjo. Wacho ni wang'eyo. Be ing'eyo ni ka kiru ni omuki to in gi ot malo kucho. Joma ng'anyo ok ong'eyo. My biggest lie mane jachielo wuondo godo Adam ni ok ini tho kata timo richo. Nyasaye nokoni chieng'o nogo ma in chamo lemo mar ng'eyo ber kod rach to in itho. The physical death. Koro Paulo wacho niya, wang'eyo jogo moseyie motho kendo chier kod Kristo, ging'eyo ni ka kiru ni omuki to gin kod ot e polo. Tie wach moro mar adier wacho niya, ka wasetho gi Kristo to wanabed mangima kode bende. Ka watimo kinda to wanaloch kode bende. Yeso paki. Ora ni mondo walore. Useneno moromo. Mondo walore koro. Mondo jowito ma ongwana kodi. Konyo tiwi. Ora ni unena na mo gidane. Eka mondo walore. Kwaya. Robert Buti Nyasaye wora. Giwe. Kwapako ngonone kwapako ngonone wadhi uru ayun kama ber malo e polo wadhi lando wache wadhiru mos wadhi chumande urusayo kama ber malo esa beru line ariyo biro diere ka iu baru kama kama ber manyasa biru amor kuom geno neno ruoth Papa e polo kwatundo e polo wadhiyo bakna gini makna kitu lago bachiri que turu grapi mon ndugu Ndiko mar Nyasaye wacho niya, koro wadhi e dalawa mosiko nyaka chieng', kendo ji biro ywago wayo wang' yore, chunywa nochodi mana kaka nyororo mar fedha chot, ni taya mar dhahabu lwar piny kendo bare, mana kaka guch pi tho, kendo mana kaka tol motwego ndowo mituomogo pi e soko chot. Ringrewa biro dok e lowo, kendo muya mar ngima biro dok ir Nyasaye mane omiyowago. Kauru ringruok mar Sam, uketi e wiye ka mondo odog e lowo. Kwaya, kanisa. Sachwano ywagi e ndalo giko, chieng' ma emno piny noyawre nyaka chieng'. Neno joma ok Iluongo jomolo ka iluongo Gojomolo ocho Gojomolo ocho
Baba digi kwe
Gojomolo ocho Nataka lingine
Akwenywa mapigwa dongu na Nyasaye wala iparo
I want to do my work here now.
Yakalaga sami bia mali Nyasaye wala iparo
Siteremsha kwanza.
Yakalaga sami bia mali Nyasaye wala iparo
Ai luongo nying jomale na bedie Kai luongo jomolo Kai luongo jomolo Ocho Kai luongo jomolo Ocho
Akwenywa masami bia mali Nyasaye wala iparo Yakalaga pijwa dongu na Nyasaye wala iparo Babidi Dugidi adieri Dugidi Akwenywa masami bia mali Nyasaye wala iparo Yakalaga sami bia mali Nyasaye wala iparo Dugidi Yakalaga pinywa dongu na Nyasaye wala iparo Yakalaga pinywa dongu na Nyasaye wala iparo
Kailongo jomolo Ai luongo jomolocho na bedie Uruge kinde wandalo duto Walanduru herane kuonde duto Eka chieng' no mangima ogi kendo tich nanoru Kai luongo nying jomaler na bedie Kai luongo jomolocho Kai luongo jomolocho Kai luongo jomolocho Kai luongo jomolocho na bedie Yeah, Diko mar Nyasaye wacho kama. Eka Nyasaye nowacho ne Adam niya, okuong lo nikech in nimar niwinjo gima chiegi nowachoni. Michamo olemo mane akweri kik icham. Koro inibed kitiyo matek kuom ngimani duto mondo lowo onyagni chiemo. En onyagni kuthe gi riegni kod buya. Kendo inicham mana alote ma ithim. Inicham kuon gi loya nyaka idog e lowo nikech kanye mane ogolie in lowo. Kendo lowo ema inidogie. Iwito wan lowo. Yesu opaki. Adam kotimo richo, Nyasaye okuongo lowo. Ang'o mi okuong lowo? Lowo no. Nyasaye nokuongo creation duto te. Koro wadokie lowo. Nikech Nyasaye wacho niya, odwa ni mondo wamiye duong' kod ngimawa. To kuong noero jowetena, emonego iriri kapok idhi liel kar kae ni kigole oko. Igole nang'o? Ka Nyasaye okuongo lo to lo nyaka kuthe kod riegni. Sin made work to be painful, but work is part of God's creation. So it is God who removed the curse. He sent his son. Wuode no ng'awi bao. Kendo kuthe gi riegni kande nokete legisa mar kudho. So Christ oting'o kuong' no. Koro kiyie ni jaricho, the Adamic sin, in bende in achiel kuom jaricho, tiyie ni Yesu Kristo obiro motho kari. Yesu opaki. To chuny ma ok tho chande, odhi kama ber, odhi yweyo gi Nyasaye, odhi yweyo kod the Creator. To kitho ka ogoli kuong'no oko, itho ka ok iyie, itho kitimo timbe mag mirieri, itho kitimo timbe mok owinjore mamiyo nying Jehova Nyasaye ok mi nying Nyasaye duong', chunyi no ok dhi bedo kod kwe, odhi kama odhi tormente. Maya ma jowetewa warire, nikech Nyasaye nohero piny ahinya kama, wan e Krismas, nyaka nochung'ne ma der ma, mondo ng'ama oyie kuome kik lal, to bed kod ngima nyaka chieng'. Chunya odendi kendo paki Ruodha. Miyowa yo mwawuok godo oko e tho mar ariyo. Tho mokwongo to lazima, to tho mar ariyo to en yiero mar ng'ato. Nikech ka ng'ato winjo duondi moyie, ni to bedo mangima, okala kala tho kodhi e ngima. Kendo ng'at ma kamano ok dhi e bura, nikech duondi owacho. Wado waketo ka Jehova Nyasaye kurito chier mar jomoyie. Wan kod geno mok kud wiwa ni Kristo biro duogo, tung biro ywak. Kendo jogo monindo koyie biro chier. Jogo moyie ma pod ngima kiduogo to ibiro loka hucha. Kendo unaromni e kor lwasi. Kendo inibed kimiyo kitimo judgment kanyo ero. Kipogo ng'ato ka ng'ato kuom maber mosetimo. Nyasachwa erokamano kuom geno mok kud wiwa no ero. Mane manowadwa wuothone. Kowuotho gi tiende nyaka kunya. Ka en kod pek mar ringre to mano chunyo yombo. Mane mawadwa Sam ne wuothone. Kowuotho nyaka bonde. Kodwaro wachni kendo wuotho e wachni. Mane wach Jehova Nyasachwa ma Sam ne wuothe kodhi e riwa. Mane wach momiyo chieng' mar achiel Jehova Nyasachwa ng'ado bura dwa tiyo ni kendo bedo secretary mar local church mar riwa. Erokamano Jehova Nyasaye. Iwacho ni tich mwatiyo kendo bed kayiem nono. Kisingonwa ni wachung' motegno kwa tiyo tich mar ruoth pile. Nikech tich mwatiyo ok nobed kayiem nono. Erokamano Nyasachwa kuom singonwa ni kare joma tiyo ni tichgi ok dhi kayiem nono. Koro Nyasachwa igwedh dalani eni kikelo kwe makende kendo locho ka nyingi yuduong' kod paka waduoko ringruok e lowo kwa ume e nying Yesu Kristo ma jawarwa. Koro abiro kwayo gina funde kande mondo oume temporarily kaeto wabiro keto maua kaeto ubiro reorganize kaka odwa kete maber. Kuse ume matin to kaeto waketo maua. Wapakuru Nyasaye gi wer. Samanade Warite Gurite Kateche Waliel Mabe Wan Wasei Kore Adier Koso Mabie Polo Malo Yudwaka warite gikinda riti nyaka ruoth obi biro samaro kinyi miyo luong achiel achiel miwana miye talanta marwa Manasegetichna Wan waseikore adier koso Madhie Uthuno mar keto lo Mabang'ado mar keto keta mondo watiek mano mondo waume mondo waket maua. Wan gi session mar keto maua. Ikinda riti nyaka ruoth obi Wase idoga dieri koso kawatiyo makare Nomi joge majokinda mwandu manosiki nyaka chieng' Wan wase ikore adier koso madhi e polo malo Yudwa ka warite gikinda riti
nyaka ruoth obi. Awi manonwang' karite, gini donji e duong'ne. Ruodhwa nobi tinende, doyudwa kawarite. Wan waseikore adie, koso madhi e polo malo. Doyudwa kawarite, nyaka ruoth obi. Koro wadwa keto maua. Koro agi kaka ubro keto in order. Wabro wero wendwa chande mar wananere kagi keto maua. Wananere te. Koro order kaka keto. Chak wer. Ka wananere duto te, Ruoth oritu puonju konyu. Rwaku te kunde chutho, Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo. Wananere te, wananere te, wananere cha Etienne Yesu, Etienne Yesu, wananere te, wananere te. Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo, nyaka wananere duto te, bade mondo umu chutho, chiembu be opognu pile. Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo, wananere te, wananere te, wananere cha Etienne Yesu, Etienne Yesu, wananere te, wananere te. Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo, nyaka wananere duto te. Ka ukedo gi masiche, Ruoth obedo gi nyithinde. Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo, wananere te, wananere te, wananere cha Etienne Yesu, Etienne Yesu, wananere te, wananere te. Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo, ka wananere duto te, herane ni kuom oro. Ruoth jageng'a lweny moloyo, Ruoth oritu nyaka e polo. Fundi choroge mo matin okelna, simiticha. Roga chande matin, fundi. Rogo matin. Rogo moro matin, motacha matin. Just kijiko kende. Kujiko tu. Mota mirogo kijiko kende, kel. Rete. Oritu nyaka e polo, ok nasiki kanga, mwandu na oseka. Polo kod Yesu, malaika luonga, adhi e polo. An wendo kende nasiki e pinyni, arwo into inosiepna maber, kadakwani kodi e polo malocha. Malaika luonga, adhiyo e polo. An wendo kende ok nasiki e pinyni, into inosiepna maber kadakwani kodi motacha matin malaika luonga adhiyo e polo an wendo kende ok nasiki e piny Rita abikuno Ruoth Yesu nothona en jawana mang'won noweyo richona notera e polo an wendo kende ok nasiki e pinyni Ruoth into inosiepna maber kata kwani kodi e polo malocha malaika luonga adhiyo e polo an wendo kende ok nasiki e pinyni mor mosiko nyaka chieng' ka waseloyo piny kuom yierem jawarwa wapako Nyasachwa kuom herane maduong' an wendo kende ok nasiki e pinyni into inosiepna maber kadakwani kodi e polo malocha malaika luonga adhiyo e polo an wendo kende nasiki e pinyni ketwa keta mondo tieki kaito watieki add one more kapod iketo flowers kulo kile matin tu kijiko matin kijiko kende kita mau wate katiek ma warito dala ma okne Sayun enyi gedala ro orien giler manyakach orien giler manyakach alama ber mar gikwe kar kwe madier chandro onge Roda ari timondo ibi iteramo ndaywe kanyo iteramo ndaywe kanyo chunya kwemo ruotho ng'eyo ndalo ma iniyudwe piny kamo ndada kuom ye kapodari to ndalono kapodari to ndalono erokamano kapodari to ndalono Gula chiel ka. Gula lemon wachiel. Ranyisi mwatimo ni koro unyalo gera mutieke maber ma kik ng'ato chandu ni wach moro ke ng'ato pod biro timo anything kene biro lemo wasetieko everything koro uendelea tu fule pod odhi adhi mbele kod tijni eni ndiko mar Nyasaye wacho niya wachno kik buogu tho buoga ji kendo tho kelo kiondko mapek kendo luoro bende bet gi weche mang'eny. To muma nyisowa ni wachno kik buogu nikech ndalo biro ma kata mana joma otho manie bur nowinj dwond Nyasaye miwuog oko. Joma timbegi beyo nochier miyud ngima, to joma timbegi richo nochier e bura.
Walamo Nyasaye. Duong' kod pak en mari Ruodh oganda e kinde ma kamae wuora. Ka wanie kar keno kwa kano ringruok mar owadwa Sam, rito godo odiochieng' ma ichier wuora ni kata kiduogo sani tang' nokwong chier ka wan pok olokwa hucha mondo mi warom kod kor polo. Mae ng'iso ni wechegi ni kare kendo gin adiera lilo. Neno koganda maduong' ni obedo joneno ni isekawo muya mar ngima mar owadwa ringruok modong'. To koro ng'ato ka ng'ato go chunye pek sen ni an bende kapok sano ochopo, samoro nyalo chopo sani to dhi yudo ka ngimana chalo nade. Dwaro ni mondo ji duto lokre mondo ngimagi obed maber kaka owadwa nyo en kod ngima molokore manoseyiero mar mondo mi owuoth kodi odag kodi kendo tine in. Omiye kinde ni makende lamo ni oganda ni modong'. Kendo joneno mobiro ka bende dhiye kodi gi weche ni ng'ato ka ng'ato e ngimane e chunye. Mondo mi en bende ng'ato ng'ad kende owuon ni Ruoth. Anie piny marach to en piny moting'o gik magalagala. Ma in ema ka ok iresa to ng'ama diresa onge. Waywagre uru kwadhi ir Ruoth mondo Ruoth oreswa. Miye kinde ma kama bende alamo Jehova Nyasachwa ne wede go osiepe mochope ma. Kinde ma koro kidwa dok e mier kuonde ma giae telegi. Moko Nairobi, moko tung' piny koni kod koni. Ruoth telegi ka gichopo kare duong' kod pak no bende in. Ganda duto bende wabiro dong' e area ni wuora idong' kodgi. Kibedo ne gi jahoche anyuola duto ka duong' kod pak bedo ne in. Omiyo weche duto awe lweti no med timore kuom dwaro mari e nying Yesu Kristo ma jawar. Amen.
Ng'wono mar Ruodhwa Yesu
Kristo, hera mar Nyasaye Wuoro, lalruok mar Roho Maler obed kodwa duto nyaka chieng'. Amen.
Koro thuolo mar golo mauagi kaeto chaka keto mota chande kaeto wang' biro duoko gi bang'e. Wadhi e ot mondo walam mogik gi family. Kwaya.
Ng'wono mar Yesu, end sasa. Ngoja nakuja niandike rest in peace alafu tu end. Acha nakuja.
Sasa na wakeja kutry pass. Usimande. Ama wakeja utakapta.
Uko ndani?
Na wakeja.
Hapo ndani kuna light venye tutaingia si wote. Acha ndo kurekodia. Technical issue. Thanks. Rudisha nyuma. Delete. Andika. Thank you all for who joined the online platform to put our mzee to rest. So, may God bless you. Tunga sentensi. Thank you all. Thank you.